Hello, everybody. Flamin' Shark back with another video. Today we're jumping into episode 5 of ChäoS Head Noah. That's right. We got some more ChäoS Head. We're jumping into it. Took a small break, and we're back with some more ChäoS Head. I'm really excited. Like I said, we're jumping into chapter 3, which is titled Shogun, which means I might need to change the titles of my video titles. I need to change episode 3 after the fact to something else, because I called episode 3 that, and then I found out chapter 3 happens to be called Shogun. So, yeah, maybe this episode or whatever. It just feels weird to still call that episode Shogun. So, yeah, that's an awkward thing. I don't think I've ever actually changed an episode title after the fact, but that is one of the disadvantages of not being ahead, which hopefully I'm quickly rectifying, because yeah, I recorded that episode, the last episode, which ended up being shorter than I wanted, obviously, but this one will definitely be a lot longer. I don't know if we'll actually get through all of Chapter 3, that would be awesome, but we're definitely going to give you a much longer episode of ChäoS Head Noah this week, and continue to get further ahead. So this should be fun. I'm definitely looking forward to this, though. Like I said, like I kind of talked a lot at the end of the last episode about how, like I said, I'm really engaged, and I admit, I'm actually creeping towards a position where I just kind of want to, like I said, I wish I was a little, like, just even more, like, ahead of everything, because then I might just start going crazy and just start, like, grinding this game like a maniac, because that feels like that could be really fun, and, like, I'm locked in. I do get like this with games that engage me, and visual novels are no exception. And this is one of those things that, like, I feel like, especially a visual novel like this, there's a lot of value to playing it, you know, in a relatively expedient amount of time. Anyways, I'm ready to go. You guys are ready to go. Let's not waste any more time. Last night, Shibuya, 4 a.m. Despite being named the city that never sleeps, very few people were currently present at its most popular locale, Scramble Crossing. Instead, many taxis were parked in their place, ready to carry away the drunks unwilling to wait for the first train in the morning. A generous number of the drivers were reclined in their seats, napping. The more diligent drivers leaned against their steering wheels as their eyes stared idly toward the hotspots, the most frequent ones being Center Guy and the 107 building. However, they were not trying to ascertain whether or not any of the passers-by were potential customers. Instead, they focused intently on the movements of the sanitation workers who had arrived about 30 minutes before. The 5 to 6 men were thought to be sanitation workers due to the yellow armbands, each of which had sanitation reporter written on them. It was very likely that without the armbands, no one would have recognized them as such, for there was something particularly odd about the men. They were all wearing black suits. Oh, the black suits! Is going to be the Nozomi stuff. Furthermore, ever since their arrival, they had yet to show any signs of cleaning at all. Instead, one man held a strange instrument resembling a pendulum, and the surrounding men appeared to be measuring something. Interesting. This was not restricted to just the one area, however. From the center of Scramble Crossing to the very edge of it, they left no spot untouched, writing all their findings down on various scraps of paper. Even now, they were taking measurements from directly beneath the traffic signals, silently observing the movements of the pendulum. At last, the instrument let out a small chime.
地点 L2 の8、0.62 メガ GE、ハイスコアです。
The highest score yet, huh? I wonder if this is like a residue of... See, I don't want to say magic. Mega GE, huh? Like, but I wonder if this is going to have to do with... It either has to do with the precognition stuff, or it has to do with the swords... giant sword things.
先月より38ポイントもアップか。思った通りだ。
It's risen 38 points higher than last month's, just as expected. Interesting. There was no one present in the early morning Shibuya to pay attention to the odd mumbling and behavior. The taxi drivers would speed off as soon as patrons boarded their cars, quickly forgetting about the mysterious sanitation workers. The drunks were hardly conscious, leaving them unable to see anything around them to begin with. Female nightlife workers who had just clocked out, finally free from the stress of smiling at repulsive drunkards, jumped into taxis to get home as soon as possible. This does feel like it's repulsive drunkers aside, this does feel like a generally unbiased narrator. Like this doesn't feel like Takumi's narration. This just feels like a general narration. Because obviously he's not here, so that would make sense. Thus, not a single person was around to notice that the government had not scheduled any plans whatsoever for cleaning to take place that morning. Interesting. And now we're going to transition to Takumi, I assume. Yep. So now we have Vampire. So given the whole post, yeah, the Vampire incident, given that that's what the picture auction was posted under the name Vampire. So we got Group Dive, Manchild, Crucifixion, and Vampire. Which, funny, I mean, with the exception, I mean, it's funny how Group Dive, honestly, is far and away the least disturbing one. The one where 5 people jump off the roof of a building and all commit a group suicide is the least disturbing incident here. Because Manchild is fucking horrific, Crucifixion is fucking horrific, and Vampire is fucking horrific. You might notice a pattern. Not to say that the Group Dive isn't pretty horrific, but crazy how that's probably the chillest one. Even after the weekend had passed, the uproar brought on by the 4th New Gen case, now dubbed the Vampire incident, hadn't even come close to calming down. A man's corpse had been found with all of its blood taken out of it, leaving the surface of the body a sickly, inhuman shade of green. It had been discovered in a bathroom at Shibuya Station, a part of the Inokashira line. In addition, it was uncovered that a photograph of the corpse had been posted to an online auction, and considering the abnormality and brutality of the murder, it was inevitable that both the mass media and @channel jumped on it. Special attention had been paid to the headline of the auction page, which read, "Type B blood in short supply." Tissue packs advertising an upcoming blood drive have been handed out in large quantities in front of Shibuya Station a few days prior to the incident, and the exact same message had been written on them. What about these Type B blood? Type B blood, huh? I had one of those tissue packs on hand. Reading back over it again, the insanely strange words didn't read like an ad for a blood drive anymore. They read like some kind of advanced message of the crime. The police had supposedly been searching for the part-timers handing out the tissue packs, but they had yet to find any of them. Interesting. Huh. I think this is a new shot. I don't think we've seen this one before. However, there was one area where the Vampire differed pretty heavily from the previous cases. While there had already been elements of it in the Crucifixion case, the intent for it to be a theatrical crime was much more obvious with this one. Also, I love that there's the poster of Seraton, the Blood Tune. It's interesting, too. It's called Blood Tune, and she has, like, a weird big weapon that she holds, which does have some similarities to some of the things going on in this game. I'm really curious if there's anything to Blood Tune in this game. A type of crime committed under full view of the public. These crimes and their subsequent investigations are reported on in detail by the mass media, who treat it almost as if it's a TV special. Adding to this effect, the perpetrators will sometimes even send a declaration of their crime or crimes. It is extremely easy for theatrical crimes to sow disorder and chaos. For example, some individuals may view the criminal as a hero, and some even may even be inspired to commit their own similar crimes. The latter individuals are known as copycat criminals. Yes, indeed. Very interesting. Oh, there's more Seraton. We keep finding her everywhere all of a sudden. A few media outlets have begun clamoring for increased police presence via patrols or for a late-night curfew for people under 18. But the number of young people visiting the city showed no signs of declining. They were just as packed as usual, with people flooding every nook and cranny of Center Guy and Scramble Crossing. The internet was so thirsty for news, a group of people trying to be Snake, nice, we already got into that reference earlier, had snuck into Shibuya late at night to post live updates. And there had also been a phrase that was trending among the city's younger population. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yep. It It wasn't just online either. That phrase had penetrated the ranks of each and every Dokyun walking around Shibuya. On channel, it had become common practice to tack the phrase onto anything, regardless of if it was related or not. This week's episode of Blood Tune won't have much Seraton. Whose eyes are those eyes? The new patch's weapons are so weak, they're actually unusable. Whose eyes are those eyes? What whose eyes are those eyes is that from? Oh my god, that's fucking ridiculous, dude. We're gonna literally make this guy lose whatever's left of his sanity. And so on. To people my age, New Gen was probably just something new and exciting to follow, the newest shit show to obsess over. But to me, it was the most aggravating thing possible, yeah, because it's infiltrating every aspect of his bubble. Regardless, a whole 3 days had passed since the vampire case, so I'd been able to calm down a little. Of course, there was still a nagging uneasiness in the corner of my mind, but by losing myself in ESO over the weekend, I'd been able to temporarily forget all about that irritating, inexplicable garbage. Even though I'd had to go to school today, I'd been able to get through my classes by either sleeping through them or thinking about the stats and frame data of ESO's rarest items. I guess I'd leveled up a little bit. Okay, bro. Okay, we're back here. Interesting. And this episode's called Shogun, and we're back at the internet cafe. Interesting. I love that. Programmers wanted free training. Now only 500,000 yen to apply. Become a messenger today. Shady Corp. I love everything about that. Anyways, good old Empire Sweeper Online. And so, on my way home from school, I stopped by Cafe for the first time in a while. It made me happy to see that the room I usually used, room 37, was vacant and ready for me. Last time I'd set foot in it was at least 2 weeks ago, meaning that this was the longest gap I'd ever had between visits. Interesting. The sour breeze flowing from the air conditioner, the manga stained with the smell of tobacco, how comfortable it was to sit back in the recliner, the snores of old men cutting through the silent still air. It all provided the store's interior with an aura of pure nostalgia. Yeah.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering if Yua was gonna come up, if Yua was gonna be here again or something, but she hasn't shown any signs of stalking us since our last confrontation of sorts with her.
そこから分かったことは、あなた一人の自作自演。
Mm-hmm.
将軍は、あなた自身。
I hadn't seen Yua since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't go to school that often, so it made sense why we hadn't come across each other. Yeah, nothing of note's happened at school in a while, which is interesting, because at the very least, we know that presumably Pink Hair is a Suimei Academy student, based on the uniform.
ユアの妄想はすごいよ。
Indeed. I couldn't help but pity her. She was clearly sick in the head. I wonder about that, man. I'd be better off just leaving her be. Besides, meeting her at all had been a freak accident. Over the past 2 weeks or so, I'd been dragged into all sorts of random bullshit. Before then, my everyday life had been completely vanilla, and Mizumi-kun was pretty much the only one who'd talk to me. So why was it that basically nothing but weird, inexplicable bullshit had been happening to me recently? Yeah, it is kind of crazy. There it is. Whose eyes are those eyes? I wanted to avoid thinking about that garbage as much as humanly possible. That dying message had to be just a coincidence. I wonder if somebody's going to eventually discover that essay and think that he's the new gen killer. Which, the funny thing is, he might be the new gen killer. Like, that's the funny thing in all of this. I actually don't think he's going to be the new gen killer, but it's absolutely on the table. The words were all pretty common, after all. If I'd thought of it, there was no reason someone else wouldn't have been able to as well. I had no interest in who that message was aimed at. No, I couldn't be interested. That was what I told myself anyhow. Oh yeah, bro has a cell phone. Suddenly, something started ringing nearby. I jolted up in surprise. A shudder ran through me as I stayed rooted in my recliner. Is this going to be little sis, or is this actually going to be one of your parents? It was the sound of a phone ringing, but whose was it? Whose phone is this phone? Because the store was so quiet, the electronic sound rang out all the louder. I looked around, but I couldn't locate a phone anywhere.
もしかして。
A thought came to mind. I fished around in my bag. Sure enough, the ringing was coming from the cell phone I'd bought just a few days prior. I glanced warily at the LCD display. Normally, the caller's name would be displayed there. What in the world? What in the world is that in the background? Designing the moot? No? What in the world am I looking at? Was it a good idea to answer? I didn't like talking to people that much, so probably not. Who the hell was calling me anyway? I hadn't told anyone my phone number yet. Como, huh? The only people who knew it even existed were my family, with Nanami's nosy ass making sure to put them in my address book. When one of the people registered in my address book called, their name should display, meaning that whoever was calling wasn't a family member. So who was this? The phone kept on ringing persistently. The people who had phones usually force people to listen to the ringing for this long. I never used one of them before, so I wouldn't know, but it was incredibly annoying. Suddenly invade someone's privacy like this, cursing them with an obnoxious ringing until they picked up. God damn it. A socially acceptable way to invade someone's privacy. That was exactly why I didn't want one of these stupid things. Oh, it stopped. Relieved, I checked the screen again. Missed calls 1 was displayed on it. I had no interest in returning this rando's call, so I decided to leave it be. Interesting. Be a pain in the ass if this happened again in the future, so I should really figure out how to set up my voicemail. Ugh, cell phones were such a pain in the ass. I didn't even like phones to begin with. I mean, come on, they were freaky as hell. How exactly were you supposed to know if the person you were talking to on the other end was the actual person you thought it was? How prevalent fraud was nowadays, were people actually taking the proper measures to make sure they were talking to the right person? I couldn't help but wonder how people would be able to calmly have a conversation with someone who might be an impersonator. Even if I understood the gist of how it worked, it was hard to believe that my voice could somehow reach distant places through a phone line. I mean, it's funny, but I mean, the technology's not that much different than like how you talk to Grim on ESO. When you talk on the phone, your voice is temporarily converted into electrical signals. They pass through the phone lines until they reach the recipient, where they are then restored back to normal. That's when they become audible. In order to talk on the phone, you need to go through this conversion process at least twice. With a cell phone, your voice is first converted into electrical signals, then it travels to a nearby base station via radio waves, which then run through normal phone lines to the switching station, then to the closest base station to the recipient, before finally arriving at their cell phone right afterward. Now this is some science adventure vibes. We're getting like, we're talking about the science of cell phones, just because. It was a bizarre, complicated process. My voice was replaced by electrical signals. Could the other party really hear my voice, word for word, exactly as I'd sent it? In fact, wasn't it possible that in the conversion process, my voice and my words could be transformed into something completely different? For instance, if I called Nanami, but instead of connecting to her, it connected to some strange, shady facility that's very specific, and there I would end up talking to someone I had never met who was only pretending to be Nanami. Maybe they wouldn't even be a person, but a computer instead. That was the big reason why phone calls freaked me out so much. They were even scarier than talking to someone face to face. Interesting. Well, he is a paranoid motherfucker, so I guess that tracks. When I'd logged into ESO as Lisa Lot, as was often the case, 3 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. It'd been 2 weeks since I'd last used her, but she made for pretty good support, so I was feeling pretty satisfied. I left At Cafe in a good mood and started heading home. Center guy was as packed and noisy as usual, which irritated me. The bright lights illuminating the streets from the various shops made it hard to believe it was nighttime. And at the end of the well-lit road, despite the crowds, I clearly saw her, causing me to stop dead in my tracks. Okay. Pink hair girl, you Nanami, FES, who's it gonna be? That one girl. Yua? Oh, Jesus! Well, yeah, girl's holding the weapon. New character just dropped? Oh, wait, no, is this that girl? Yeah, this is that girl that we saw at school one time for like 5 seconds. In the midst of so many people, she glared directly at me. Right smack in the middle of center guy, where people were coming and going without reprieve, where it was difficult to even walk straight. She stood still, resting the gigantic sword she carried on her shoulder. I'm getting a little bit of Longinus vibes from that sword, but also it looks very cool. The spectacle was completely absurd, and yet no one paid her sword any mind. The stream of people flowed right past her with no change in demeanor. I bet they can't see it. She was the girl I'd seen at 107. She had been there when Nanami was dragging me around to buy a cell phone. The shape of her sword, her Suime uniform, her long black hair, everything matched perfectly. Back then, she had been standing at the top of the stairs in front of 107, watching the passerbys come and go. And I remembered the sharpness of her glare. Yeah, very pretty. I love how her hair matches her tie and her skirt. Very cool. And her eyes, like she's very color-coded. and kind of her weapon, too. I had met her once before at school. Yeah, it was a very short interaction. She was glaring at us then, too. I think she said something, yeah. She had these almond-shaped eyes and clean-cut, model-like features, and yet they only served to make her seem all the more unapproachable. It was all capped off by that long, silky black hair that stretched all the way down to her waist. Okay, we're calling that black hair, sure. She was Girl B, the one who had so rudely probed me in the corridors after school one day, asking me who I was. Yeah, it makes sense, because she noticed something about Takumi, and so did FES. So, and presumably, I don't know what that means potentially for Yua, but I don't know what that means potentially for Yua, and whether would Yua be like one of these girls or not. But Nanami, I assume, isn't. And then we have this girl and pink hair who are, this girl, presumably pink hair as well, and FES, who presumably all, yeah, because, like, I'm pretty sure pink hair girl had a weapon in the OP that we saw. I'm, like, almost positive. The one she was glaring at, her gaze filled with intense hostility, had to be me. I froze. I knew now what it felt like to be someone's prey. Glaring back was out of the question. I was always terrible at looking people in the eye, so I couldn't help but stare down at the pavement. I should run. Normally I'd go home by taking a left at Scramble Crossing, where she was standing, and then I would end up next to Book Fat, but today I headed for the station instead. There were a lot of people there, but I'd rather that than deal with some scary 3D girl harassing me. Hell, she might even try to mug me, what with that giant sword of hers? Or maybe she was only feigning being alone, and she actually had several Dokuns lurking nearby, waiting for her to lure me in so they could beat the shit out of me. To be honest, they'd probably one-shot me. That's really funny. Video game terminology, to kill an entity with a single attack, yes. A one-shot can also refer to, like, a one-off story, because one-shot's a term that's used a lot in Japan, actually, for, essentially, like, short stories and, like, manga and stuff. Like I'd fall for that. I swiveled to the right, only to be caught completely off guard. Yeah, she's like, nah, bro. Did she just... That made a weird sound effect. Did she just, like, do some, like, super speed, like, ghost step bullshit? Somehow the girl was right in front of me. Flustered, I turned back around to look at Scramble Crossing. She was no longer there. I looked in front of me once again. The girl with the sword was still glaring at me, just as she had been before. What the hell? When did she get around me? Legs could only move so fast. That was practically teleportation. And besides, how could she have predicted that I'd turn around in the first place?
Oi.
Oh, here we go. Her voice reached my ears with extreme clarity. I frantically looked around me. I wanted to think she was talking to someone else, even though I already knew full well who she was talking to. I searched for anyone else she could be directing that, "Hey you," toward. But obviously there was no one. A number of businessmen walking by glanced at Girl B inquisitively, only to realize she wasn't talking to them and walked away. Girl B, who had been standing there imposingly the entire time, took a sudden step toward me. That was all the confirmation I needed. Girl B had been targeting me after all.
お前
Whoa!
見えるのか
Oh shit. That's threatening and terrifying. That's such a weird, like, handle thing for her, like, double-bladed... I don't even know what to call this thing. Rude as ever. In my 17 years of life, I could probably count the number of times a girl talked to me like this on one hand. Well, I guess there were times when Kirimiya Tsubaki, aka Sunko, had talked to me like that, but it was in a tsundere kind of way. Nice. A girl who is usually aloof and acerbic soon, but becomes affectionate, dere, when alone with her romantic interest. However, the definition has become more broad recently, and it has only continued to become more broad over time. Granted, Sunko was just a 2D character from the eroge Tell Me doll. That's a crazy name. Girl B kept getting closer and closer as those stupid thoughts raced through my head. Why does she feel so intimidating even though she's a girl, I wondered. But the reasons were simple. 'Cause she's intimidating? Like, her being a girl has nothing to do with that shit. The sharp look in her eyes and the gigantic sword she was carrying. For a sword, it had a fairly unique shape. It was the kind of thing that operated on anime logic. It had an awesome design, but if you actually used it in real life, it'd be completely unusable. Well, she seems to think otherwise. It had to be from some mecha anime. Had there been any mecha anime that started airing recently? Even though I knew it was a prop for some random anime cosplay, it still looked incredibly sharp and solid, like if you even so much as touched it, it would slice your fingers clean off. What a strange sword.
見えるのかと聞いている
Girl B had already cut the distance between us by 2 meters. If she swung her sword, it would hit me. Flustered, I took a step back, but it was too late. Girl B closed the distance further and Oh. She just slash at us? She'd actually swung the sword. Oh, that's so interesting that this is a freaking delusion point. That's so interesting. Cowering on the spot, I covered my head. If I hadn't dodged it, it would have hit my head for sure. I doubted it would have cut me, but with that kind of force behind it, it would have given me a concussion and permanently dented my skull. I hated pain.
何をするだ
I was so shaken that my speech got all messed up. Yeah, bro was like, oh shit. That's a shot. The sword is glowing too. Girl B looked down at me coldly. This chick wasn't normal, waving a sword around the middle of a crowd. Nah, nobody could see it, man. Wait, was she in the midst of a hit and run? Was she a spree killer? Or could she be the new gen culprit? Or the demon girl's accomplice?
助けて殺さないで
The next thing I knew, I was trembling. It felt like I was this close to pissing myself out of sheer terror. Yeah, well, she got her answer.
何を勘違いしている私はただ見えるのかと聞いているだけだ
The hell was she talking about? I said I couldn't see it. Would she kill me? How was I supposed to answer if I didn't even know what I was supposed to be seeing?
少し落ち着けもう一度聞くぞこの剣ディソードが見えるのか
I don't even know if that's supposed to be DI, DL, or D1. But this D something sword. Can you see it? It was the first time I'd ever heard that word. It had to be referring to the sword she was holding, but I decided to just nod. I mean, I obviously could see it. There'd be something wrong with me if I couldn't. I think it's the opposite, man. Lugging around a sword that large and conspicuous and center guy, no less. I'd be willing to accept it if this was Akiba, but in Shibuya of all places?
そうかお前も集められたんだな
Gathered? We've been gathered? Excuse me? Yeah, I'm with him on that. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, gathered? Who and by whom? Yes, great questions that you should ask verbally. At the very least, I was definitely here voluntarily.
エラーを見たことがあるか
Have you seen an error before? Oh, is that like the caution error like in the loading screen? And I think like the save files? Isn't it like that in the save files? Wait. Well, I guess these are kind of glitchy. I didn't even think of that. But I think like if I was to like... Yeah, like it's like caution keep... I guess that's not an error, did it? No, it doesn't say error anywhere. Interesting. Well, I mean, we'll overwrite this later, so it's fine. No, I don't think we've seen an error before. In Japanese, please. Love it, love it, love it, love it. That's funny. A teasing phrase used by on the online message boards to tell an incomprehensible poster to please post comprehensibly. Like, yeah, in English, please. Yep. Was what I'd wanted to say, but unsurprisingly, I wasn't brave enough. Then again, if I said the wrong thing, she'd probably stab me, so... Regardless, this chick had been spouting nothing but nonsense ever since she'd first opened her mouth.
見たら教えろ。
I don't know what the... Dude. Wait a minute. When she just said, tell me if you see one, I'm not gonna lie, she sounds familiar. You know who she sounds like? She sounds like Homura and Senjo Gahara. If this is the same Seiyu, that's goated, because she's a goat. But it definitely sounded like Akabe Homura and Hitagi Senjo Gahara. Don't know if it is, but I guess the timeline actually does kind of line up. After she said that, Girl B turned around. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze and I could almost see her panties. Lovely. I hurriedly shut my eyes. Yeah, bro's like, no, not 2D. I can't ruin my eyes with this 2D atrocity.
私は3年の青いセナ。
Ooh. Okay, simple name. Sena, huh? Aoi Sena. I like Aoi. I might call her that, but Sena's an easy name to say.
駅前の電車にいる。
You'll find me on the train in front of the station. You're telling us to get on the train? The hell? And she just leaves. I opened my eyes. The girl calling herself Sena had vanished. I was completely stunned, and it wasn't until I arrived back at my base that I realized that I hadn't understood a single goddamn word she'd said. Oh, so we didn't go to the train, I guess. Assume the next day, then? Well, I guess he said it was like, I think like 4 a.m. or some, or am I mixing up my scenes? Despite everything going on, I had to go to school 3 times this week. Somebody kill me. Are we actually going to school today? Or we're at least heading to school. The fuck? I'm gonna assume we're running into Nanami. A mysterious screech resounded from far away. The sudden nature of it made me jump, and when I slowly looked at the direction it came from, it's gotta be little sis. Yep, classic shit.
Oni!
Oni! Got him. Get cooked. Nanami rushed towards me with staggering speed. I tried to run away, but it was too late. She already circled around me and blocked my path. She always did have amazing reflexes.
ちょっとなんで妹見て逃げるの
Yeah, it's almost like he doesn't want to be around you. Maybe because you're incredibly annoying?
あ、そうやってすぐ黙るし。
Damn it, why did she decide to go to Suimei of all places? That decision had done nothing but cause me endless pain and suffering. Whenever she ran into me on the way to school, she always stuck her nose in my business without fail. It's almost like she wished that she could maybe hang out with her big brother a little bit more or something. Crazy thought.
ねえねえ、携帯どう？使ってる？使ってないでしょ。
We did receive a call, even if we didn't actually answer it.
買ってからもう何日か経ってるけど、一度も家にかけてこないもんね。
Got him. Doing my best to break free, I started speed walking, but Nanami was determined to keep up.
家に生存報告の電話ぐらいしなよ。そのために買ったんだから。
Wow.
どうしても嫌なら、ナナの携帯にかけるだけでもいいからさ。
Aw, you can at least call me, big brother. That's crazy.
お母さん、心配してるんだからね。
Yeah, I bet she is.
そもそも、ちゃんとご飯食べてんの？
どうせコンビニ弁当ばっかなんでしょ。
I'm assuming we're not gonna get like any real mom and dad stuff in this game, but you never know. They could be involved to some extent.
やっぱお兄に一人暮らしは無理なんだよ。家に帰ってきなよ。
Just come back home, you butt.
ナナがどんな気持ちでお兄の様子見に行ってるか分かってる？いつも心配でしょうがないんだからね。
Aww, that's so cute. Their relationship is something, I will say. It's really funny, though. Shut the fuck up! SDFU! That's... Like I said, their relationship is something. What the hell's your problem? Are you my mom or something? Not that far off. Stop talking about shit like this when we're on the side of the road. It's humiliating. I'd already been feeling like shit, yet this bitch somehow managed to come along and make me feel even worse. Oh, Lord, man. I assume we're gonna be at school now? No, not yet. But nothing on this earth more embarrassing than walking to school with your younger sister. Okay, bro. The situation came about quite often in a rogue. Hell, I'd always longed for it to happen to me, but Nanami was nothing compared to 2D little sisters. Less than nothing. I'm not gonna lie, his devotion to 2D is very funny. And I feel like for the most part, he's not really wavering, even though Yua did kind of start to break him. But now I feel like, if anything, he's more committed than ever after how the Yua thing went. Damn it, world, give me a cuter younger sister. Oh, my lord. A slightly tense atmosphere hung in the air between us as we walked side by side toward school. I looked at Nanami to see if there was any chance of escape before we reached the gate. Even though she had been yammering on and on just a bit ago, she had fallen completely silent, now walking with an absent-minded look on her face. It even looked like her eyes weren't really focused on the road, but that was probably just my imagination. Her footsteps were unsteady. Something must be wrong with her, I suspected. She kept on swaying back and forth, and about a moment later, she stumbled right out onto the road, right as a car came racing toward her? Panicking, I grabbed Nanami's arm and yanked her back. Okay, good. Good to see. At least your instincts are good. The horn of a car blared as it sped by. She just barely avoided getting run over.
お前、何やってんだ。
あれ？
Huh. That's a little suspicious. Nanami blinked a few times, then tilted her head to the side.
ナナ、今なんであんなこと？
Excuse me?
あれ？
Whoa. Okay, this shit just got creepy. I was at a loss for words. She was an honest-to-God fucking idiot. I can honestly understand that reaction, but I think it's a little more weird than that. She didn't even understand her own actions. And for the record, that wasn't Moe, not even close, damn.
何やってるんだよ。車にひかれたいのか。
You almost make it sound like you care, man.
車なんて来てた？
Yes, there was a car! What was up with this total fucking ditz of a sister? This feels important, but I don't know what to make of it.
ねえお兄、今ヒュンヒュンヒュンっていう音聞こえなかった？
That whirring sound just now? Bro, what the fuck is going on in this game? What was she talking about? I hadn't heard jack shit.
その音聞いてたらね、なんだかぼんやりした感覚になって。
Oh my god, is that like that fuzz effect that we get, like, kind of when, like, he's about to maybe do the delusion or whatever?
で、あそこに。
Nanami pointed at the corner of the road.
お父さんとお母さんが立ってて、ナナを呼んでたの。
What the fuck? When I looked to where Nanami was pointing, I didn't see our parents. Instead, I saw a creepy man standing in that exact spot. He wore a plaid shirt, fingerless gloves, jeans rolled up at the bottom, and white sneakers. He had a rucksack on his back that was filled to bursting. He looked like an otaku plucked straight out of Akihabara. Damn. Capping off his outfit, he was holding a video camera in one hand. Did he have a voyeur fetish or some shit? Damn. Bro's just cooking his ass. It's ironic coming from Mr. 2D King himself, though.
おい、他人を指さすな。
God, what a rude-ass sister. Besides, it makes no sense for our parents to be here in the first place. They lived in Shimo Kitazawa, after all.
おかしいな。確かに呼ばれたのに。
I don't know what to make of this, but it definitely has my attention. The men started looking our way. Then he pointed the camera lens at us. What the hell was wrong with him?
行くぞ、ナナミ。
Frightened, I quickly ran from the scene, leaving Nanami behind.
あ、お兄、ちょっと待ってよ。
Yeah, honestly. Now we gonna be at school? Yep, there's Suime Academy. I continued to ignore Nanami until we got to school, upon which I ditched her to walk down the noisy as ever hallway toward my classroom. This was the hallway where we first met Sena, so I wouldn't be surprised if we run into her again. When walking down the hallway, stay along the edge. Don't walk too fast or too slow. Don't make eye contact with anyone. Bro has rules. Those were the 3 rules I always followed. That was how I didn't stand out in school. I transformed myself into an existence akin to air itself. That was my secret to success.
Yo, Taku.
But it doesn't work on Daisuke. Yeah, people like him definitely made it hard for it to actually work. Catching up to me from behind, Mizumi-kun greeted me in his normal, overly friendly fashion by clapping a hand on my shoulder.
Oisu!
What's up?
挨拶ぐらいしろって。ま、お前がそういうやつだってのは分かってるけどよ。なあ、この前 D 組の女子の話したよな。めったに学校来ねえけど、すげえ可愛い女子がいるって。
I do remember that. That was like at the very beginning of the show, or the very beginning of the game.
その子、岸本綾瀬って名前なんだけどよ。
Okay. This feels important. This could be our pink hair. Kishimoto Ayase, huh? Interesting. We got another name, though.
実はその岸本に関してすげえ発見したんだ。
No shot. Mizumi-kun suddenly lowered his voice, then looked around us. It was just gonna be something vulgar, wasn't it? Already tired of his BS, I almost let out a sigh.
フェスいるだろ。フェス。
Oh, she's FES? What he said made me bite it back.
その岸本ってのがフェスなんだよ。
Yo! Let's go! Okay, well, I can actually write some notes then. Okay. Well, that's kind of funny, actually. Okay, so we have a name. So Ayase, Kishimoto Ayase is FES, huh?
俺マジビビったぜ。まさかフェスがうちの学校の生徒だなんてよ。
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
しかも俺らとタメだってことだぜ。
Bro's way too excited about this. For whatever reason, Mizumi-kun leaned his upper body out the window, then gazed up toward the sky with a look of pure ecstasy. God, he is funny, though. I will say, Mizumi is funny as hell.
運命ってきっとこういうことを言うんだな。
Don't say the F word. You can't be shooting fate at us. I still have trauma. This was the 3rd floor. If he were to slip, he'd fall to the ground and break his neck, ending his life just like that. My anxiety steadily climbed as I watched him. Mizumi-kun leaned farther and farther and farther at the window before switching his gaze down toward the entrance beneath it.
噂をすればなんとやらだタク。岸本を発見した。もうすぐここに来るぜ。
Oh no. I was expecting us to get another follow-up with Sena, but now we got Ayase, aka FES, happening. With so many coincidences piling up one after the other, maybe it really was fate! Not that I cared.
よし、 待ち構えてやる。
Ew!
俺のナンパ術ってのを見せてやるよ。
I don't think it's gonna work. If anything, she's gonna be a lot more interested in Takubi because Takubi was supposedly, what was the word? Not chosen, not enrolled, discovered. What was the word that that Sena used? I mean, she talked about have you seen an error after, but I've already forgotten the word that she used. He was brimming with self-confidence. Man, alpha males like him really were impressive. Picking up girls and all that was a completely different world for me. It wasn't even worth trying. Huh. Interesting. It's gonna be... There she is! Damn, she is pretty. I do like her so far. A few moments later, FES, or Kishimoto Ayase, appeared. It was just like Misumi-kun said. She really was FES. I made sure of that while observing her from a safe distance. I still couldn't believe she was in the same year as us. Yeah. Very cool. She was wearing a Suime uniform. A distinct aloofness came from her expression as she walked slowly down the hallway. It gave off a completely different impression than the one she'd had on stage. Back then, despite her apathetic tone, I'd felt a sense of power and liveliness emanating off of her. But now the aura she gave off felt listless and unapproachable. Ignoring this, likely deliberately, Mizumi-kun strolled over to her with the same overly friendly attitude he always had with me, and casually stopped right next to her.
Yo, Kishimoto-san. Oh, hayo.
Oh, hayo! Whoa, his smile was so invigorating, despite being so obviously fake. He really is pretty, though. I'll never let that go, but so is she. God damn. This is gonna sound like a diss, but she looks like the type of guys that are prettier than girls, if that makes any fucking sense at all. Which, to be fair, ironically kind of applies to Daisuke, which makes this a really funny shot for that. But she looks like one of those characters in like anime that would be a guy but looks prettier than most of the girls in the show. That's kind of the vibe I get when I look at FES's face. But I do think like Ayase is super fucking pretty. I had no idea how he was able to act like that around someone he barely knew. That's why we love him. That's why we admire him. And again, I didn't really want to be him.
Ah, ore Misumi Daisuke. Yoroshiku.
Yoroshiku. Yeah, he doesn't add the extra bit to his...
でも違うんだな、これが。
You know, he doesn't... You know, his speech pattern's very casual. Like, he's gonna say arigato. He's not gonna say arigato gozaimasu. Like, right? Like, I don't know if you pick these up. I don't know how many people pick up on these things. But yeah, no. It's easier for me to pick up, I think, in this format where I can control the pace. Where, like, some of the Japanese expressions and, like, the way characters talk. And he talks so, like, casually to everyone. Like, they're his best friend, even if he's never met them. Which is very interesting, because it's very at odds with how you traditionally think of Japanese speech being kind of rigid and formal, especially with people that you aren't particularly close with. Oh, wait. That might make you think we haven't met before, right? But nope, not true. Oh, no. Bro's gonna cook.
こないだファンタズムのライブ行ったんだよね。だから君に会うのは2度目。
Damn, bro.
で、その時君の歌声にこうなんつうのビビってきちゃったんだ。
I mean, hey, you know, she could sing.
別に俺ミーハーとかじゃねえよ。惹かれたのはさ、詩とか君の可愛さとかそういうところもあるけど、でも何より一番すげえって思ったのはやっぱバンドとしての完成度っつうか。
Interesting.
あの音あっての君の歌声っつうの。
Damn, bro.
ちなみに俺も実はバンドやりたいなって思っててさ。
Dude, he is...
よかったらああいういいバンドメンバーを見つけるコツとかバンドの先輩としての心得みたいなもの教えてくんねえかな。
Dude, he is like trying to... He is putting on the charm. He is going for it. You can respect it. Like, bro just goes for it.
あ、今すぐじゃ迷惑だろうから。そうだな。
Dude, shut
放
up.
課後とか暇？どっかで二人きりでじっくり話さない？
Dude, he's like trying to get in there any way he can. Mizumi-kun just keeps on talking and talking with no breaks. His tone was different from usual, and it was obviously fake. Not only that, but he wasn't hitting on her directly, instead using the band angle in order to invite her somewhere nonchalantly. God, what an ass. I'd never heard this fun fact about Mizumi-kun wanting to start a band before. It had to be a lie. He was willing to go that far in order to win some points, to force a flag, rather than obtaining it naturally. I love that that's how Takumi describes it. But... that's funny. Anyways, FES didn't even so much as look at him. She simply continued to walk down the hallway at the same pace, as if not a sound had reached her ears. Dude, she just no-sold that whole thing. She never even made a change in her facial expression. Suddenly, FES stopped at her tracks. Her slightly lowered gaze slowly rose up, and that she's gonna recognize us. Uh-oh. She looked at me. Huh? Me? Oh, I'm so excited. Dude, they're stirring the pot little by little. It's also really interesting because, like I said, this episode has been called Shogun, and it feels like, at least so far, this chapter, I'm sorry, and it's had nothing to do with Shogun really yet. So I'm like very curious where even just this individual chapter is going. I love the visuals of this, like the delusion trigger, where it's like it has the whole deal where it's like very like the city, like the background of that. It's like the logo that was, I think, in the intro, but I think it's just really cool. Come to think of it, the same thing happened at the concert. It felt like FES was staring directly at me. Just in general, I'd been stared at by a whole bunch of freaky 3D girls over the past couple weeks. God, what the hell was going on? Was I becoming popular now? Naturally, I averted my eyes, so I'd only met her gaze for just a second.
見つけて早く剣を
Is this gonna be like some battle royale or some shit? Like, so we do have a sword, theoretically. Interesting. Huh. Is that like what the... Is that what the... I remember in the intro, right? It almost was like, if I'm remembering correctly, like he dies or like Pink Hair kills him, I think. And it was kind of portrayed in a way like that. I wonder if like we're going to have battle... Are we just all going to have battles to the death or something? What in the world? Interesting. Suddenly, FES spoke. Very little energy could be felt from her apathetic tone. I had no idea if those words were directed at me or Mizumi-kun. Definitely you, but...
Ken.
そうすれば君は救われる
What the fuck? What are we talking about? I know your songs are like this, but this is just how you're gonna talk. Okay, fucking Ayanami Ray over here. You even got similar hair and... Damn, bro. If you do, you shall be granted salvation, huh? Okay, we're getting into these themes again. I guess that's just what FES brings. Ayase. When she finished whispering at what seemed like no one in particular, her eyes returned to the floor and she began to walk away. She slipped straight past me and entered Class D. Mizumi-kun and I watched her go, the two of us completely and utterly lost.
Nah, Tagu.
Mizumi-kun was very clearly sulking. In the end, despite his efforts, FES hadn't paid any attention to him at all. It must have been pretty rough to have had her completely ignore his existence. But I was used to that kind of thing.
俺はここまでプライドをズタズタにされたのは初めてだ。
Dude, she cooked you without saying a word, do you?
自信なくすぜ。くそ。ちょっと有名人だからって調子乗りやがって。
And then you start talking, like Takumi. Oh god, you two really are good, meant for each other, I suppose. It just turned into some BL here. We could have the Yuri with the rest of the characters.
あんな不愛想な女、もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ。
Damn, bro, he changed his tune so fast. What a dickhead.
あーうぜえ。
Yeah, I bet it sucks ass.
大体何が剣を見つけろだ。
I think bro's trying to suck ass. Yeah, that was weird, but we have some context for that, even though I doubt he's going to put it together, because it is asking a lot to even assume something like that. A sword. Could that possibly be referring to that mic stand thing she'd been using during the concert? Come to think of it, there'd been another person a couple days ago that interrogated me about a sword. That Sena girl, the one who was absolutely terrifying, yep. I'd actually thought she was going to slice me in two. The sword she'd been carrying was a different shape than the one FES had, but they had a similar aura to them. Could the two of them be connected somehow? I didn't know. There was way too much shit I didn't know. Shogun? The Demon Girl. Yua. FES. Sena. Swords. Yeah? Mm-hmm. That's all related to whatever they're cooking here. As was my old habit, I jotted down a list of all the things I didn't know enough about in my head. I'd meant to put myself as one final item on the list, but I decided against it. I was completely normal. It was the stuff happening around me that wasn't. That was the most obvious conclusion. Interesting that he considered it, but decided against it. Was FES my ally or my enemy? It would be nice to know at least that much. Problem was, I didn't have the courage to ask her. Yeah, that tracks. And seed ends. Love it. Where are we gonna go now? Today I headed straight for Animite without stopping by At Cafe. I wonder if we're gonna run into Yua. For your many delusion and illusion. I hate this game, bro. The reason, of course, was to finally pick up my long-awaited Bloodtooth figure, Seraton Post-Awakening version. Yeah, we're gonna run into Yua, I bet. While I was in checkout, Yua's face crossed my mind for a second, but I cut out those thoughts immediately. I glanced at the Seratons that were set on display in order to attract customers, but since the sculptor was Kijima Yoshio, not a single word needed to be said about their quality. I had to get home fast so I could enjoy her every nook and cranny as soon as possible. Flee! Okay, bro. As long as I could admire Seraton's face every now and then while I played ESO, I was content. So why did the entire third dimension do nothing but bring me trouble? It plagued me even now. I headed straight for my base in high spirits, forgetting all about FES and swords and whatever else, and practically skipping the entire way home. That sounds really funny to imagine. Oh! Hey! Oh, we're actually going to have an interaction with Bomb and Sua. Okay. When I was about 50 meters away, I encountered two men who carried an unmistakable, abnormal air about them. I attempted to pass by them without making eye contact, but they were very clearly watching me. Whose eyes are those eyes?
そこの君、ちょっといいかい?
Sure, bro. The first of the two to call out to me was a dull, older man, one that looked like he belonged at a cycling racetrack, gambling his life away. That's crazy. His hair was a mess, and his unshaved beard was somehow worse. He wore a worn-out old suit, a sloppily tied necktie, and dress shoes that didn't show a trace of being cared for. All of it came together to form an unparalleled example of a man who'd failed to get ahead in life. For some reason, the fact that he was flapping a fan at himself only served to further emphasize how pathetic he looked. His expression was similarly languid, his mouth curled into a flippant smile. And yet, when our eyes met for a split second, I knew then that he wasn't really smiling. There was nowhere to run. As I searched for something to reply to them with, the two men made their way up to me.
おじさん、こういうものなんだけどさ。
The older man took out a black badge from his suit and held it out toward me. It was the same kind of police badge you'd see in various TV shows, but it was obviously the first time I'd ever seen a real one. They've finally come for me! They could only be here for one thing, the crucifixion case, yes.
ちょっと話を聞かせてもらっていいかい?
I mean, you're not wrong. That is what they're approaching you for.
もちろん強制じゃないんだけどね。あ、いやいや。そんな身構えなくていいよ。本当話聞くだけだから。
Interesting. I mean, you are a suspect, really, but to be fair, the way you were running away, like, terrified in the shot that they have of you does make you actually look less guilty. The way he spoke didn't show a trace of trying to intimidate me. The other younger detective, however, wore a strict expression as he nonchalantly moved to block my path. Okay, so we got a little good cop, bad cop going on here. Sweat started running down my neck. If I made any wrong moves, they'd likely suspect me of being the culprit and haul me down to the station right then and there. I didn't want that to happen. I resigned myself, then gave a small nod.
君さ、俗に言うニュージェネレーションの狂気って知ってるかな?
Yes, we have referred to the new generation madness. We never actually hear it that. It's always just called new gen, that it sounds weird to actually, hear someone call it by its full title. I knew it. I wiped the beads of sweat up my forehead, then gave him a nod in reply.
じゃあ、3番目に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件も当然知ってるよね。この近所で起きたわけなんだけども。
Yep.
その目撃者を探してるわけよ。あ、ちなみに君、名前聞かせてくれる?
A gulp forced itself down my throat. This wasn't some bait and switch shit, was it? Or maybe they were a bunch of con men who were only acting like policemen, while in reality they were just mining my personal information so they could put it to ill use. They could even be the demon girl's underlings.
あれ、答えてくんないのかな?
I like this guy, dude. Bomb's my guy. I kind of wish I kind of would be down for him to be the protagonist, dude. That'd be fire, bro. Or even just we just play as Suwa and we just get to hang out with Bam all the time. Then it really would be a murder mystery. If they started to suspect me, there'd be no end to it. What should I do? If I give them a fake name, they might arrest me immediately.
ああ、個人情報保護法とか気にしてる? おじさんそんなに信用なさそうに見えるかな?
Maybe a little. I'll say. Either way, his friendly way of speaking had to be just an act.
西條匠
In the end, I figured there was no way around it, that it was in my best interest to answer honestly.
西條匠くんでいいかい?
I shook my head.
本当に?
Huh? What was that supposed to mean? I had purposely given him my real name, so what the hell was that reaction? Just kidding. Yep.
今のは気にしないでくれ.
Yanking your ChäoS is crazy. The detective's unnatural laughter rang throughout the quiet residential area. Just hurry up and let me go already.
その制服、水明だよね。何年生?
Did I have to answer stuff like that?
悪いね。聞き取れなかった。おじさん、もう年だから耳遠くてさ。もう一度言ってくれる?
Okay.
2年生
ああ、2年生ね。どうも。で、西條さん。聞きたいことってのは、先月の29日の午後6時から10時頃にかけて、どこで何してたかなんだわ。
Here we go. Here's the direct question. Were they asking me for my alibi? Did they mean that they suspected me? That's ridiculous.
いや、別に君を疑う。
He puts him right back to that.
その時間にこの近くにいたなら怪しい人物を見かけたとか何か音を聞いたとかないかと思ってね。
Yeah, how honest are you going to be here? I'm actually really curious how he's going to play this. For some reason, the way the guy talked was really starting to get to me. Maybe talking in a way that deliberately agitated the subject with some kind of interrogation technique. Oh, definitely is, but I don't know if that's what he's doing, but despite how they were liking to shit all over this guy at the detective office or whatever, the PD or whatever it was, this guy's actually pretty good at his job. I can't really, Suwa, it's harder to tell with Suwa, but I think they're both actually pretty good. But yeah, no, this guy, this old badger is, this old blue badger, so to speak, is, not too bad. He's a little more competent than Dick Gumshoe, even though he gives me off those vibes a little bit. Way more competent, in fact. Of course, I had seen someone suspicious. I'd seen someone very clearly and with my own 2 eyes. But I wasn't sure if it would be a good idea to tell that to the shady old guy. What would I do if I told him and then the demon girl came back for revenge? It seemed like the demon girl was letting me run free for now, but she still had Shogun on her side, and he was equipped with precognitive powers. What's crazy is that entire sentence could be true, but also Takumi could be Shogun. So by that logic, they must have meant that the demon girl had some sort of insane power as well. I don't think Takumi is on the demon girl side, pink hair girl, but I him being Shogun though, I mean, it seems very possible at the very least. And if that was true, I told the police about it, she might find out about it immediately because of her clairvoyance or whatever, and then she'd come to kill me right after.
なあ、西条くん。今日はそんなに暑いか?
Oh, calling him out. I'm sweating. My heart rate skyrocketed. If I stayed silent like this, they would absolutely suspect me of being the criminal, but at the same time, I was scared that if I lied and said I didn't see anything, they'd see right through me. The older man fanned me a couple times with his fan. A cool breeze rustled my hair.
もうすっかり秋だ。汗かくほど暑いとは思えんけどな。まあ、体質ってのは人それぞれだしな。
Damn, this guy's actually really good at this. Ironic, considering he was the one walking around with a fan, but he was right. It wasn't all that hot out today. It was perfect, actually. The kind of temperature you'd actually enjoy spending time in. I'd wiped the sweat out my forehead with my sleeve countless times now.
僕はやってない。
おー。
The look in his eyes shifted. I realized that I'd slipped up, but I had no idea what exactly had tipped him off.
何をやっていないんだ?
They definitely suspected me. I had to answer honestly. I don't think we're gonna get a choice here. Staring at the manhole cover. Okay, so they don't... Okay, because I was gonna say, like, this game is weird where I feel like in pivotal moments we're not gonna get choices, whereas the delusion triggers are gonna be at more mundane points and yet manage to presumably alter the story. Staring at the manhole cover right beneath my feet, I began to blurt out everything.
見たんです。貼り付けの現場、そこに女がいたんです。で、血まみれにして死体の前に杭がたくさん死体に突き刺さってて、あれ500本は絶対超えてた。異常だ。死体がハリネズミみたいになってて。
Yeah, it kinda did.
女は僕を見てよかったって笑ってた。あの女は悪魔だ。人間じゃない。ニュージェネの母には人を超えた存在なんだ。
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
ヨシとかすごい超能力とか使う。
Neither of them expected any of that shit. Upon saying that much, I realized the two detectives were staring at me with their eyes wide. Maybe they didn't believe me. Thinking that, I clamped my mouth shut.
悪魔か。
Yeah!
なるほどね。そいつは参考になったよ。
Yes, very helpful, the Akuma. You could tell that she had a Suime uniform on, though.
本当です。
I mean, she did look like a normal person, but she was acting like a demon.
ああ、わかってるわかってる。貴重な情報だよ。
僕を警察で守ってください。
その前に、その女の年はわかる。服装とか顔の特徴とか。
水明。
水明って水明学園？
Yeah.
その制服着てた。
Yep.
つまり西条くんと同じ学校の生徒。
Apparently. Even though we've yet to run into her, apparently. After simmering on that for a moment, the old man grinned. He then muttered something that could be either an actual question or him just mumbling to himself.
何年生だろうな、その女子高生は。何年生だと思う？西条くん。
わからない。
じゃあ、なんて名前だと思う？
わからないよ。僕はあの悪魔の名前なんて知らない。
その女の身長、体重、あとついでにスリーサイズについては。
Her measurements got him. What was up with this old man? I mean, hey, any information's helpful. Was he screwing with me? How was I supposed to know even a single one of those? Did he think I could instantly get all those measurements from a single glance? Oh yeah, sure, I absolutely had such a stupid power. Oh wait, no I didn't, because this wasn't a goddamn rom-com manga. Or like a detective manga. Maybe he was like, oh, super analyzation powers.
なるほど。黙ってるってことはわからないってことだね。結構。参考になったよ。
Damn, bro. He cooked. Now, to be fair, Takumi you could easily, Takumi would be the easiest interrogation of your life, which I guess in a way this kind of was, but yeah, no, bro cooked. Shouts to Bam Man Bomb, low-key one of my favorite characters so far. Again, we haven't gotten much of him yet, but I love his ass. He's awesome.
これは本部に戻って検討しないといかんな。
先輩、マジっすか?
Waving his hand to silence the dumbfounded younger detective, the older man signaled something to him with his eyes.
西条君、ちなみに連絡先とか教えてもらえる?
Oh, the cell phone?
なんで?
I knew they wouldn't believe me. They wanted to label me as some nut job and falsely accuse me of everything.
ああ、だって悪魔だっけ? そいつから君を守らなくちゃならないだろ?
Oh, so that was why he asked. Oh, thank God, they actually believed me. Maybe not the demon part, but I think he understood that like what you saw was traumatizing, assuming that you were telling the truth, and like in that like he understood, like he understood what you were trying to say. If I could get oh, thank God they actually believe me. If I could get the police to protect me, it would be incredibly reassuring. Yes, the enemy was a demon, so the police would only get one shot if they went up against her, but it was better than being unarmed. Feeling slightly relieved, I took out the phone I had bought a few days prior and showed him my phone number. The younger detective scribbled it down in his notebook.
忙しいところありがとうさ。君の身の安全は警察が保証するから。何の心配もしなさんな。
I hope we get a Suwa and Bomb scene away from Nishijo after this.
じゃあまた何か聞きたいことができたら電話するかもしんないんで、その時はよろしくね。
Sounds good.
イルスとか使わないでくれよ。今のところ警察にとっては君は重要な人物だからな。
I mean, it could be worse, I suppose. An invaluable asset.
君の目撃証言は事件解決の重要な手がかりになりそうだ。じゃあな。
Jana. The two detectives bowed their heads and promptly took off. After taking a glance at me over his shoulder, the younger detective whispered something to the older one. The older man paid him no mind and simply continued to walk. Yeah, I assume Sue was more suspicious of us, and I think Bomb actually believes us. Continue to walk. I let out a long, long sigh. That was intense. Yeah, bro just wants to play with his Seraton figure, and by play with I mean exactly what you think. It was the first time I'd ever been questioned by actual detectives. I've acted pretty suspicious without meaning to, but they believed me anyway somehow. At least one of them seemed to. God, I'd give anything for the police to arrest the demon girl. Then again, the police didn't have any special powers, so maybe I should keep my expectations low. I then noticed that my mouth had gone incredibly dry without me realizing, so I redirected myself to the nearest vending machine and got myself a cola. Nice play, man. See, that's the thing about Japan. They got those vending machines. Bro, nothing like it. We... Switching perspectives? Nope, just going back to your place. What in the hell is on your screen?
覚醒バージョン残すエロすぎパンモノじゃんかだがそれがいい
Bro, what is on his screen? Like, I know it's Sarah, but like, what in the world is on his screen? Also, this line's crazy. Holy shit, the costume of the post-awakening version is way too erotic. Her panties are completely visual. But that's what's good about it. Also, the way he said that end part was very funny.
顔かわいいよ顔原作再現度はいまいちだけどプンプンと漂うエロスが木島義雄らしさだよなこれはこれでグッジョブ
One of your best works, Kijima-san. I assume it's good job. Good job, my lord. What is this, Code Geass? I mean, Code Geass, actually, the timing... The timing actually fits really well for some freaking Code Geass shit, actually. Like, unironically, with when this came out. Yeah, short for good job. Used on the internet as an expression of admiration for a job well done. I don't actually know if I've ever seen GJ. Like, obviously, GG is a big one, of course. I don't know if I've ever seen GJ, but I was able to... I mean, the context clues give it away as well in this, but... I'm sure Kijima Yoshio is also a reference to, like, a real, figure sculptor. That, Shiyomaru is probably a big fan of. I mean, I'm a figure guy myself. Like, I have my, you know, I have a like a pretty solid collection. Not like... I will say I'm definitely a quality over quantity person. Like I have a few like lower end figures that aren't super expensive, but a lot of my figures are varying tiers of expensive. Where like I don't buy like figures all the time, but when I do buy figures, it's usually a really really high quality ones.
上着キャストオフとかこの角度からじゃほとんど全裸にしか見えんひょー
Speaking of great Seiyu work, dude, fucking Takumi's voice actor is killing it.
髪の動きがいいよな。覚醒バージョンは髪が命って持論があるわけだが間違ってなかったな。
Bro is nerding out. I appreciate it though.
さて、それではお待ちかね。パンツ行ってみようか。どれどれ。
Of course. If we get an actual shot of a anime figurines panties, I will fucking die of laughter.
うん。V ゾーンの作り込みいいよ。シワの付き方リアルだし。
Her V?
これスージーさん。すげえ。マジですげえ。クオリティ高すぎ。
Speaking of the Seiyu, good lord, he's killing it. But also, this sentence, bro is going crazy. Her V zone? What the fuck does that mean? I mean, I know what that means, but what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, bro, fucking nerding out for the camel toes crazy. The whole thing is crazy. What in the world? Also, awesome sauce is crazy.
これセーラタン5作目にして早くも最高傑作爆誕じゃねえ。これ以上すごいのなんて出せないってマジで。やっぱ木島は神。
That's funny. Kijima's an actual god. Bro is like sucking his cock like crazy. And then awesome sauce, a word used to express excitement or appreciation on the internet, a very high compliment. Yeah, another thing that's like, back in the day, people said this, but nobody, I feel like even back in the day, very few people actually said this. And then it kind of gradually died out. That's crazy. Oh, is that the new figure? Yeah, okay. We actually do get a shot of the figure. That's actually I will say that's a really cool figure. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think I like most of this outfit, but I do find the like weird, like, I know some people are really into underboob. I think it looks really weird on her design. I think it's like the weirdest thing about her design. Like, this design's pretty sick. Like, I like the outfit, but like I think her chest is like the weird part. If that was like more solidly covered, or even like if it was more like a regular like cleavage kind of thing with maybe like a boob window or something, or if, like I said, if it was completely covered, or fuck, even if it was just the titties out, like any of those would be better personally, in my opinion, to that. Like, I don't know, personally, I find her like tits look stupid, and I know a lot of people will highly disagree with this, but like, it's not even like a universal hate on the underboob, but I'm not a big underboob. Like, I think the underboob is just kind of weird personally. So yeah, I don't know. Other than that, her design's cool. I like the colors. I like the overall aesthetics. They kind of give me like a weird, they give me like almost like a soldier or like navy vibe, but they also almost give me like this weird like pseudo-Egyptian vibe with the colors as well. So I dig it. Anyways, I carefully stood my new Seraton next to my monitor. Hey, Sarah, you're so sexy, Sarah. Time for a Sarah delusion, I assume. Simply looking over at her made me grin uncontrollably. Life was good. I logged on and immediately started posting my impressions of my new Seraton figure on @channel. When I finished doing that, I went to check my email, then checked to see if any of my friends on Freypara had posted any updates.
おっと、マイフレ申請来てるじゃん。誰これ？セーラコミュの人か。はいはい、ゲイですよ。
Uh-oh. Now then, time for ESO, but the very second I thought that... the fuck was that? I felt chills on the nape of my neck. Is this gonna be a, like, it feels like someone's watching you moment? It was the gaze, complete with its usual intense presence. Interesting. Yep. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yep. Straight into a delusion trigger. Interesting. Damn it, this was not the time, huh? Interesting that this goes straight into a delusion trigger. When did I first start feeling the gaze? I'd long since forgotten. No delusions for you, bro. You're not deluding on me. We're chill, we're fun, we're boring. The most boring initial run of Chaos Head ever of all time. You're not deluding on me, man. Yeah, you've been feeling the gaze forever, basically. It slithered its way into each and every part of my life, bothering the shit out of me all the way. There were a lot of things that disturbed my peace, but the gaze was right up there with Nanami as the most irritating thing I had to deal with. Fine then, let's do it. It'll take more than that to make me turn around game. I wonder if this time there's actually going to be something or someone there. It feels like we're due for, like, the plot twist on the gaze at this point. Still fixated on my monitor, I tried to think of some cool lines you'd hear in a manga.
貴様、出てこい。
Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds
僕の
very
目をごまかせ
shonen-y.
るとでも思ったか。甘いな。
That sounds very, like, pretentious. Different types of manga. There was no response, but why would there be? Hell, I'd be much more terrified if there had been. Oh, no. Oh, shit.
Eh?
Somebody's actually... So who could this be? This could be Sister. This could be Yua. We haven't seen Yua in a while. We've been cooking with these other girls lately. So it could be Yua. It could be Nanami. Or somebody followed him to his place. Those are the possibilities. I'm going to go Yua, though, especially because this is relating to this was the Sarah figure moment, so I feel like it would make sense. I heard something. Upon hearing it, I immediately whipped around. I'd lost today's no turning around game. There was no one else in the room. Was it just a hallucination? No, it was somebody knocking on your door, quote unquote. Please be a hallucination. From the bottom of my heart, that was all I hoped for. It came again. It was the sound again, yep. I couldn't weasel my way out of this. It was the sound of someone knocking on my door from the outside. Okay, that's gonna get annoying. In other words, someone was here. Practically no human beings ever came to visit me. Even newspaper salesmen wouldn't bother getting up on the roof. All I could think of was, a delivery guy? No. No, I wasn't supposed to be getting any packages today. Nanami? No, Nanami would be so much more obnoxious. She'd be banging on the door, screaming, "Big bro, open up!" Making my eardrums bleed. Yeah, that sounds more like her. Yua? Chances that were high. She'd been to my base once before. Had the demon girl ordered her to come and kill me? The fact that he's expecting Yua means it's probably going to either be FES or Sena. But if that were true, why would she bother knocking? The knocking sound continued. I was completely frozen in place trying to figure out what to do, but I couldn't come up with a single good idea that quickly. I started freaking out more and more. Wait, I could just pretend like I wasn't home. Or was that being too cautious? No, there was no such thing right now. Shibuya had gotten incredibly dangerous recently, after all. If it was Yua, there was absolutely no way I could let her in. If I did, it'd be pretty much asking to get killed. On a related note, was my door locked? I stared in the direction of the door, but thanks to the darkness, I couldn't see very well. I slowly got up and tiptoed toward the door, being careful not to make a sound.
Huh.
When I reached the center of the room, I finally knew for sure. The door wasn't locked! That sound effect! Chills assaulted my entire body. My heartbeat increased rapidly, and my anxiety shot up along with it. I'd forgotten to lock my goddamn door. If someone just waltzed right on in right now and stabbed me in the back, I would have no right to complain. I had to lock it fast. If I made a sound, they'd immediately find out that I was just pretending to not be home, but that was far better than letting them get inside. I was about to bolt toward the door when they just opened it. I accidentally stepped on an empty box lunch, then fall to the floor. That sounded like you stepped on one of the Coke bottles, but sure. I slipped to an almost comical degree and landed hard on my ass. The extreme pain made me moan in silent agony. And then, right before my eyes, the door slowly began to open. I didn't know who it was, but whoever had been knocking was now opening the door of their own accord. I tried to get up, but the pain kept my body from listening to me. All I could do was stare with teary eyes as the door opened. The first thing I saw was a hand. The sleeve on it was clearly from a Suime Academy uniform. Bro, is this gonna be pink hair? Dude, if this is pink hair, I might scream. Next, I saw hair, a little longer than Nanami's, but shorter than Yua's. Didn't know who it was. There's no shot, right? There's no shot this is the reveal. The hair stirred, and the last thing I saw was a face suddenly peeking the room. There's no shot. Oh my god!
Konnichiwa.
What the fuck? Oh, she's here! Oh, shit, she's fucking here! Oh my god, we finally made it! God, we're on fucking episode 5 of Chaos Had Noah, and she's finally back! The girl! I've been so excited for her. God, I've been so excited for her. Like, bro, I'm so excited for her. Presumably the new generation madness killer, but it really might not be that simple. That was when I finally realized who it was. Yep. Oh. I wonder. Here's a thought. What if she has DID? Also, what is this theme, by the way? I wonder if this is her theme. A person I never would have expected. I don't think we've heard this OST yet. A person I never would have expected. The worst possible plot twist. Feelings of intense sensible despair threatened to steal every bit of hope away from me. The demon girl. I thought it'd be Yua. I never would have thought the demon girl herself would come marching in. Bro, she's giving off a little bit of Nanami vibes, which is crazy. Our eyes met, and right as they did, the demon girl smiled with glee. Her smile sent chills down my spine. Bro, I really like the score that they're playing. It really adds to the moment. And she's just acting all silly and nonchalant. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. This is a reasonable reaction from Takumi. I don't blame him the slightest for this one. Her hand hidden by the door had to be gripping one of those cross-shaped stakes. It had to be. She'd finally come to kill me. She was gonna kill me as she laughed and laughed in pure ecstasy. It had to be because of the detectives I talked to. She'd seen me do it with her clairvoyance. Bro, he can't even speak. Don't kill me, I tried to scream, but I was too terrified to make a sound. Whoa! 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 New pose just dropped. I dig it. Kind of a weird pose, because her head's very sideways there, but I like the pose. I like the left hand, you know, kind of fist against her side, and then you got the right hand like that. I like this pose. But the head's a little weird. It's a little, like, tilted far. You had a really doughy donut? What in the fuck? Tilting her neck to the side, the demon girl unleashed a strange incantation. Holy shit, this scene's incredible. Bro is crashing out in his mind. She's just like being like casually cute. And like the music is playing into the weirdness of this scene. It is just awesome. It had to be some demonic tongue. She was cursing me. In hopes of gaining as much distance as possible from her, I frantically started crawling backward on my ass. My hands slipped countless times on random garbage scattered across the floor as I scrambled for the furthest thing away from her, my computer desk.
ねえ、入っていいかなっていうか、入っちゃいます
Yeah, you did. The demon girl began encroaching further upon my territory. She even politely took off her shoes. I don't know why. This is like the funniest thing ever. And I don't even know why.
お邪魔しちゃった
No, not at all, girl. I'm really excited to finally get your fucking name in my notes, hopefully.
あ、散らかってても私平気だから気にしないでね
I'd say it's a little more than a little messy, but I get your point. And she closed the door. Is she gonna lock it too? The door closed, my escape route had been cut off. However, despite what I thought earlier, the demon girl was only carrying a bag. I didn't see anything resembling a deadly weapon. And she doesn't seem to be carrying a giant sword either, which is interesting. Wait, that just meant it was inside her bag. It had to be. I had to be extremely careful. The second I let my guard down, she'd swoop in and end me, or maybe she already had with that curse she'd placed on me a minute ago. God, this is funny. In a few days, my entire body would suddenly start spewing blood everywhere, and I'd die right then and there.
頼むよ殺さないで
Okay, bro. Oops, sorry about that. You might have heard that. I got down on my hands and knees, cradling my head between my arms. Those goddamn detectives that completely fucked me over. God, why is this so funny?
警察に喋ったこと謝るから
警察
それに話してもちっとも信じてもらえてなかったし
It was a lie meant to buy me some time. Yeah, I fully... I'm gonna throw out a crazy theory here. This is like really crackpot, but I wonder if all of the chosen ones or whatever, I wonder if there's a chance they all have DID. Because we don't know how many of them are potentially who is actually in this group, other than seemingly FES, Sena, and Takumi. But assuming that pink hair also is, that could explain this, because it feels like she has absolutely no knowledge of what we saw. And they even made jokes about it feeling like an alternate dimension and stuff, but maybe that was more of a toy into something like a reveal of, like, you know, I don't even know how to say it, a reveal of, I'm trying to, you guys know what I'm trying to say, a reveal of, like, them being, having split personalities, essentially. It was a lie meant to buy me some time. The older detective had said he guaranteed my safety. If he was doing his job properly, he had to have sent at least one officer over to my place. Upon thinking that, I suddenly realized I'd given the old man my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address. Oh, what? Suddenly, the demon girl assumed a pose resembling a salute. She could do like some blood tune thing. That'd be so funny, because I have made the comment about how she has pink hair. And what was just as, if not more strange than what she'd said, it was almost like a sound effect. Was it another demonic curse? Yes, it was very anime-ish.
独り言はやめるべし
What?
殺さないでとか警察がどうとか私には何のことかさっぱりだよ
Wow. What? Was she trying to play dumb? Or was this her roundabout way of threatening me, and in actuality she was saying forget the truth, act as if nothing ever happened? What the hell was she thinking? Had she come here to kill me? Damn, unfortunately, as much as I'm loving this scene, I need to take a few minutes, so I'll be back momentarily for some more Chaos Head Noah, because this is awesome. I'm loving this scene. I hate that I have to cut here real quick. Hello, everybody. We're back. I had to die there for a little while. I'm not going to bore you with the unpleasant details, but whew. Anyways, we're back. And, yeah, he's starting to realize that she doesn't want to kill him and seems to have no idea about any of that stuff. I'm assuming the reason she followed us then is because she's one of the chosen ones. I mean, what that means for what we saw at the beginning, I have no idea, but I guess we'll find out eventually. What the hell was she thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me?
ほら、立てる？立とう？
Okay. Demon girl walked toward me, then slowly reached out her hand. Her expression was so gentle, and now that I was seeing her up close, she was actually pretty cute. Well, she kind of looks a little bit like your sister, but she also has the pink hair, which gives out the Seraton vibes, and, you know, I would assume this is his preferred hair color, given that he's a Seraton enjoyer. Damn it. I was letting her get to me. Stop acting like a goddamn idiot. Was I seriously calling a demon pretty cute? I mean, demons usually are pretty hot, not cute. She was a murderer. She'd used Yua and Shogun to trap me, and now she'd come to finish me off herself. Is she about to reveal that she is Shogun? That'd be really funny. I mean, I don't know. That can't be it. It's so interesting, though, because this chapter is called Shogun. Don't trust her. I'd already learned my lesson back with Yua. I'd never make the same mistake again. I refused to take her hand. Don't be deceived by this demon girl's smile. She was a demon trying to tempt me. If I gave into that temptation, I'd die. Trust no one. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything anyone says.
だって見たんだ。お前が人を殺してるとこ。
Okay, he is saying it out loud.
あのさ、タク。それ、かなりひどいこと言ってるって。
What in the world? And that's her response?
まさか殺人
Also
犯呼
calling
ばわ
us
りされるなんてね。ははは。
What in the world is this girl? What was she gonna do with me? What is she even doing right? Like, what is this reaction of hers?
ニュージェネの
Just like with the guy in the fourth case, was she gonna...
殺すんでしょう。それとも岩とか将軍とかがいる場所に連れてって。
ユア？将軍？誰それ？
Maybe the three of them had decided to work together. That way I wouldn't be able to fight back when they beat me to death.
そんなのやだ。助けて。
Oh my god.
じゃあね、私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
What in the world? She's taking this surprisingly well. I don't know what to make of her personality. So that was her true goal.
そんなビビらないでよ。
That's a new
い
face
ち
of
いち
hers.
私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
You react like this to every other thing I say and it always bums me out. Are you implying... Is she friends with Shogun? Is that what's going on here? Or is she just saying everything in this scene? That kind of feels like she's implying more than just this scene.
お願いだ。もう二度と誰にも喋らないから。だから見逃して。
I'm assuming she's just talking about this scene, though.
もしもーし。タク？ちょっと落ち着こう。
Yeah, the fact that she's calling him Taku, too, is very interesting. This bitch acting like we were close or something, calling me Taku and shit. Wait, actually, how did she know my name? Yeah, there is that. She'd already known it back when we first met at the Cruise Fiction crime scene. How? How did she know it? And also, how had she known where my base was?
当然でしょ。
So, she has not explained it yet, but I wonder if this girl, when we talk about, like, fate and destiny, I wonder if this girl, if there's something in his subconscious about this girl that is the reason that he's madly obsessed with Seraton, because Seraton reminds him of this girl. either from his childhood or from some weird deja vu nonsense, some reading signer nonsense. Whatever it is, there's something in his head. I think there is. It is not a coincidence that she has pink hair.
あなたの名前を知ってるのは
Had she just read my mind? I knew she was clairvoyant. She knew my name, my address, all because she used her powers on me.
タクって結構独り言多いよね。
Oh? Has he been saying this shit out loud?
前から思ってたことだけど。
What? Always. How long was she talking? Wait, had I been talking to myself out loud just now? Or did she like read our thoughts like in a meta sense, like she could read the text box? You never know with these games. I'm not ruling anything out. I hadn't been aware of it at all. Was that really true? Had I really, really, really been talking to myself out loud? Or was it possible that she was just lying to me and in actuality she'd read my mind?
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど。
What is she about to say? Is she about to say, I'm your girlfriend? Is she actually gonna say I'm your girlfriend? Because at first, like, what in the fuck is she about to say?
友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。
My friends. Okay, she didn't quite go that far. And how are we friends with you? Friends?
それともタク、私のことバカにしてる？そりゃ私、テストの点数はそんなに良くないけど。
No, literally, is this like some alternate dimension shit? Like, what in the fuck?
面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
Was someone here crazy? But who was it? Me? Her? It might be both of you, actually.
もしかして転校生？
そういえば近いうちに転校生が来るらしいよ。
Oh.
チカチン先生が言ってた。
Oh. Oh, is that gonna be that one girl that we saw for like one scene? And we haven't seen her since. She still hasn't had like a real introduction. You guys know what I'm talking about. And because now that no longer refers to Sena, so you know I'm talking about that other girl who had that like kind of interlude scene. That didn't involve Takumi. There were two different conversations going on here. My terror from earlier, together with the anxiety of having no idea when I'd get killed, was starting to fade. But rushing in to replace it was a completely new kind of dread, slithering in to slowly erode my mind.
もしもし？
Yeah, just the simple, instead of the dread of, oh, I'm about to get killed, now it's just what in the ever-loving shit is happening right now.
その顔はまさかまだ信じてくれてない？
Seemingly not. I mean, based on the information we have, I don't see why he would.
誰だ？
Are we actually about to get a name? And more about what your actual relation to us is, besides being a supposed friend? Who are they? A murderer, a demon girl? That was who!
タクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
So she's saying she's in our class, huh? Did she say classmate? So we weren't just friends, but classmates too? Like, what is this gaslighting? What is happening?
でもまあしょうがないか。タクはあんまり学校来ないもんね。
I mean, that part's true.
だからって私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。ちなみに名前も忘れちゃってるわけかな。
What in the world?
はいはいそうなのね。チョック。
I think that's a new shot of her.
じゃあ思い出させてあげますよっと。
Okay.
私は崎畑リミ。
Sakihata Rimi. Okay, Rimi is an interesting name. Okay, we got the name. It's Remy, huh? I mean, she doesn't seem very suspicious. What in the world's going on with this goddamn game, though?
リアクションなしかい
Nothing. Nothing at all, it seemingly.
先はたりみ思い出した
Unless he's about to have a brain blast. Is he about to have a brain blast? Wait a minute. Whoa. I hadn't even heard the name before. Besides, oh, here we go. They're playing the main theme. They're playing the title theme. Besides, other than you, I'd never met a 3D girl who'd talk to me like we were this close in my life. And you was the demon girl's underling. Wait, that was it. What the girl calling herself Sakihata was doing right now was exactly the same as what you had done. This temptress knew I wasn't used to interacting with 3D girls, so she was attempting to lead me into a trap by behaving all friendly and trying to seduce me. It was the same exact strategy. The difference is she's talking like we've been friends the whole time, which is different from Yua. And the thing is, while I barely remembered my classmates' faces at all, and I didn't plan to either, I could say with absolute certainty that I'd never seen this girl's face in the same classroom as me before. Probably. Damn it, I couldn't completely rule it out. After all, whenever I was at school, I was usually glued to my desk until the final bell, pretending to sleep, having delusions, staring at my desk or feigning reading my textbooks. I didn't do anything else. I had next to no memory of my classmates' names and faces, so I didn't even try to remember any. Which was it? Was she telling the truth, or was it all a lie? No, it didn't matter whether or not we were classmates, because the one thing I knew for sure, the one hard, indisputable fact, was that she had committed murder. You didn't see it. You didn't see her commit murder. I don't think so. You heard the sound of the staking. I don't think we actually saw her putting in stakes, and then she was covered in blood. I mean, it looked incredibly suspicious, but... especially with a big Chiyomaru, I would not assume at all.
記憶力ゼロまあいいや
Yeah, but she is heavily implying that we are quite close. The fact that she calls us Taku says a lot. Like, these discrepancies in his memory is crazy. It's such an interesting, it's such a compelling, like, point for this narrative. And I'm, like, so excited to see where it goes.
じゃあ大臣に聞いてみて
Daisuke? Daichin? What the hell was that? Was that a person or some sort of secret code? Either demonic incantation. No, it's Daisuke.
大臣だよ大臣三角大輔
Really? Really? She knew Mizumi-kun's name, and not only that, but she was calling him Daichin? She wouldn't call him that unless they were really close.
というわけではい
What? Demon girl quickly zeroed in on my cell phone that I had left lying on the sofa, picked it up, and held it out to me. There's no shot her contact's gonna be at his phone. It seemed like she wanted me to try calling or call Daisuke. It is kind of late, girl. Mizumi-kun. I didn't like using phones, but she might kill me if I went against her orders. Driven by fear and with no other choice, I went to call him, only to realize I didn't know his phone number. Upon seeing me freeze up in confusion, the demon girl tilted her head in confusion once again. Then after a moment, she came up beside me and peered over my shoulder at the screen. Her hair swayed as she moved, sending the pleasant fragrance of shampoo drifting down to the tip of my nose. No, she's a demon! I'll never let her seduce me! I'm not into 3D! Lend me your power, Seratan!
もしかして番号知らない
That's a big fat negatory.
だったら先にそう言ってくれなきゃごめん
With a light apology, the demon girl snatched the phone from my hand. Her fingers grazed mine for a fleeting moment. They were warm. I guess both demons and humans had the same blood running through their veins. It depends.
大臣の番号はねほいほいほいの
The demon girl entered his number without a hitch. It was clear she dialed it many times before. Interesting.
ほいつながった
Okay. She held the cell phone out to me with a smile. Not knowing what else to do, I ended up taking it for no real reason and putting it up to my ear. I heard the sound of the phone ringing. Eventually that sound stopped and was replaced by the voice of Mizumi-kun.
Oh,
And they didn't give their name. It sounded like they were downtown or something, as I could hear a bunch of noise coming through the receiver. Don't be creepy. I really hated phones. I had no idea whether or not it was Mizumi-kun on the other end. The voice sounded like his, but I also had the strange feeling that something was slightly different about it. Bro's freaking the fuck out, and honestly, rightfully so.
タク、大地に出た？
This time, the demon girl appeared at me from right in front of me. Shit, she was way too close. I turned my back to her and steeled myself.
西。
Yep. Wait, wasn't that a bit strange? How had he figured it out it was to be that quickly? It's because you're hesitating. That's how you talk, man. I hadn't even gotten halfway through my name yet. Bro's crashing out. For example, there was a possibility that the demon girl had made a phone call to someone who only sounded like Mizumi-kun. Maybe this person who sounded like Mizumi-kun was just another underling of hers, and he was only pretending to be Mizumi-kun in order to trick me. Maybe the demon girl already knew that I didn't know Mizumi-kun's phone number, so she'd been leading up to this all this time. Why wouldn't she just kill your ass, bro? I was starting to doubt anything and everything. I didn't know what was true and what was a lie. Now, to be fair, I am in the same boat, but there are some things in this that I am not actually doubting. Like, I'm not doubting the validity of this call. Hold on, what the hell kind of trap was the demon girl trying to make me fall into anyway? Why bother with a trap this elaborate? In a situation like this, wouldn't it be easier and quicker for her to just go ahead and kill me already? Or was there some reason behind it? Some kind of prerequisite saying she had to trick me, even if it meant taking it this slow? No. Maybe it was some hidden camera type thing spearheaded by Mizumi-kun. The girl wasn't actually my classmate, but Mizumi-kun's girlfriend. He'd sent her here in order to screw with me. But aren't you sure that this is the demon girl? As fucking if. If that were the case, how the hell would I explain everything that happened at the crucifixion crime scene? Yeah, exactly. Nice. Nice. His tone of voice sounded exactly like Mizumi-kun's. The more I heard, the more convinced I was that the person on the other hand had to be him. Yeah, even he's like, yeah, there's no way that could be what this is about. I want some of that chalky, bro. I love Pocky. Probably like chips. Generally speaking, potato chips are probably winning that battle, but I'm not a big candy or like sweets person, but Pocky is pretty fire. Should I start talking? I sensed a gaze on my back. The girl was staring at me. Honestly, I kind of like all the junk food that he's into. He has really good taste in junk food from what we've seen. Coke, Pocky, potato chips, like, just gotta roll with the classics, man. The chills in the back of my neck still hadn't gone away. What kind of expression was the demon girl making? I wanted to turn around and see for myself, but I was too scared. You know whose eyes are those eyes in this particular instance. Damn, he is with a girl. I do actually really like that, like, the Sarah figure has changed because he got the post-awakening figure now. That is a cool little detail. Especially for a decently old visual novel. Like, this visual novel is going on 20 years old, even if this is the Noah version.
うちのクラスいる女子先畑って名前の
Despite steadily becoming more and more incoherent, I somehow managed to explain myself. Dot dot dot, huh? Suddenly Mizumi-kun stopped responding. Silence. However, I could still hear the noise of the city around him, so the call hadn't disconnected or anything. Why wasn't he talking? What in the world? The next thing I heard was an extremely exaggerated sigh. What in the world? Gamer brain? A theory that claims people who play video games experience a chronic decline in emotional restraint and judgment due to a condition similar to dementia. This theory stemmed from recorded measurements showing that the brains of those who play video games emit extremely low levels of beta waves compared to that of normal humans. It was widely publicized by the mass media and became a social issue for a period of time, but there were too many ambiguities present in the study, such as its methodology used to measure brainwaves, leaving some to doubt its credibility. I've actually never heard of that. I feel like gamer brain, I've maybe heard that phrase, but I am not familiar with this at all. Like, I know like people talk about, oh, video games rot your brain and all that. I wonder if this is like the initial like kind of origin case that kind of led to that kind of like stereotype. That's actually really interesting. Stereotype's not even the right word. That like, I guess myth is the best way to put it. But where'd that come from? Not only was it completely out of left field, but he'd brought up that bullshit condition that had been coined despite having no scientific backing whatsoever. Yeah, he knows her as Rimi-chan, probably. How? Interesting, we're always in the same class. What? What the fuck? You're bullshit. Okay, now I'm crashing out. There's no way this fuck went to a movie with Daisuke in general, let alone with Daisuke and Rimi. You're telling that the three of them are best friends? Did we jump world lines? What is happening? Is this guy... Oh, what the fuck? Is this all stuff Shogun does? Is this again? Is this the fucking Shogun? Is this Shogun? Like, what in the fuck are we talking about? And you know what? The more I think about it, there's been large gaps. There have been plenty of moments where there's been large gaps in time. I'm just like, oh, we're just going to the next scene of relevance. But I do wonder if there's something to the fact that there might be two different people at play here with the whole split personality thing, and that might be why that the story has been structured the way it has. What in the world is happening right now? And I keep remembering that this chapter's called Shogun. Bro, this is crazy. I couldn't comprehend what the person that sounded like Mizumi-kun was saying. He'd said that the demon girl and I had been in the same class since first year, and the three of us had seen a movie together pretty recently. This has to be the split personality thing. I mean, if we're being serious, it's got to be the split personality thing. That's the only thing that makes sense. Pretty recently, but when exactly? What in the fuck is going on? Sure, I could buy that. Huh. Interesting. I mean, that tracks. I mean, I'm pretty much the only one, but the Rimi part is the weird part here. The words I heard on the other end of the call, not a single one of them felt real to me. I had absolutely no memory of any of it. I couldn't acknowledge that any of that had happened in the past. I just couldn't. I actually love this because I've been talking about the fact that it's like, how fucking long are we gonna have to wait for our pink-haired girl that I now know is Remy to show up? And boy, was the payoff of this worth it. Like, oh my god, this scene's incredible. It was all some story that the person who sounded like Mizumi-kun had made up. It couldn't be my past. The past could only be established as truth if a person remembered it. So if I didn't remember it, it wasn't true. Nice. And that explains why you seemingly aren't that interested in, like, banging her like you are seemingly all the other girls.
君は誰だ?
Oh, Jesus.
おいおい、マジでおかしくなったか？俺のことまで忘れたわけか？ゲームやりすぎ。
Unable to take it anymore, I hung up the phone. Dude, the next time we go to school, instead of it being Daisuke going over to him to talk, it's gonna be Daisuke and Remy. This is a fucking acid trip, bro. What the fuck? Like, what in the actual fuck did I smoke? Like, what is happening? Thankfully, I am, you know, I do not partake in either of those activities. So I know for a fact that this game's insane. My breathing had grown extremely heavy without me noticing. The sweat that had been beading on my forehead showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was increasing. Long trails of sweat trickled down my entire body, starting from my face and ending at my feet. Dude, this episode's so fucking good. Oh my god. The demon girl, looking worried about me, calmly offered me a handkerchief. Whatever. A cute, patternless vermilion handkerchief. There was a faint floral scent to it. Girl even has the handkerchief. Like, what a gentleman Remy is. Instead of taking it, I attempted to somehow maintain my composure and organize my thoughts about everything that was happening. But in the end, it didn't go too well. I was doubting anything and everything, causing all my thoughts to rapidly churn together into a chaotic whirlpool. There's the chaos word again. Sighing in minor disappointment, the demon girl put away her handkerchief. And then, with a triumphant look on her face, she asked me a question. Oh, I can't wait. What's the face gonna look like? Oh, back to this one. Nice. She was acting like she already knew the answer. I couldn't afford to answer her. What was she, an ordinary classmate of mine or a monster? I had no idea. It's possible she's somehow both. Especially if there is, like, actual, like, DID stuff going on with, like, potentially multiple characters. Maybe I was the crazy one. Taking the chat with Shogun into consideration, I couldn't rule out the possibility that someone other than myself was controlling my body. Or maybe all my memories of the demon girl, of the girl named Sakihata Remy, had somehow gotten knocked right out of me due to some freak accident or something. At this point, I didn't know anything about myself for sure. I mean, this could be some massive psyop conspiracy too. I mean, like, anything's on the table at this point. At this point, I didn't know anything about myself for sure. Did I have amnesia? Did I sleepwalk? Or could it be something else entirely? Probably the third option. The demon girl spoke to me kindly. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who acts nice to an otaku freak like me must have some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head, putting my strong will to resist against the demon girl on full display. Then, using that same strength, I raised my head. Sweat got in my eyes, blurring my vision. The demon girl's face was a lot closer than I expected it to be. What color eyes were those? That's very close to the line.
なんでここにいる?
Good question. I was curious about that.
ごめんね、勝手に入っちゃって。でも、ノックしてたんだよ。タクは全然出てきてくれないし、中でものすごい音が聞こえてくるしで、結構ハラハラしてたんだから。
That is what happened, yes.
なんで?
今度は何?
ここにいる.
Yeah, none of that explained why you came in the first place, though. No one asked what caused her to trespass. No, my question was, what was her reason for coming here? If she'd come to kill me, she would have done it a long time ago, so why wasn't she doing anything?
ああ、ここに来た理由？ね。
Is she about to pull out a Seraton post-awakening figure? Demon girl reached into her bag. Did I cook? Did I cook? And pulled out a single sheet of paper. Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting a piece of paper.
進路希望のプリント持ってきてあげたの。
I brought you the worksheet about asking what you want to be when you graduate and stuff. So here, post-graduation aspirations, huh? I found myself taking it from her without really thinking. She wasn't lying. The piece of paper did have post-graduation aspirations written on it, along with 3 blank spaces to write your answers in. Was that it? Was that really all she'd come for?
帰ってよ。
I don't want anything to do with her. I don't want anything to do with any 3D girls. This is a trap. It's a trap. Don't listen to her. This isn't reality. This is a game, one filled with bugs. Heirs! What the fuck? Heirs! Air! There are way too many contradictions. It doesn't hold together as a proper... What is this? What are they cooking right now? Heirs! And he's talked about that, like that we've made the meta jokes about this being a game and the whole thing with Nightheart and all that, and talking about bugs. Heirs. Have you seen an heir? What in the world? Inconsistencies with reality is a really interesting concept because of how it plays with my experience with this universe, having never obviously have any experience with this particular entry in it, but I have experience with this universe. Oh, what are they cooking right now? It's so cool too, because you can tell they're cooking like there's so much simmering, but yet, you know, we're still not about to pay off much of anything yet, even though this has been a crazy scene. But yeah, this is a game, one filled with bugs. There are way too many contradictions. It doesn't hold together as a proper story. And he closed his eyes.
関わらないでよ。
If you don't intend to kill me, then just leave me alone. I am me. Some me that isn't me may be friends with Sakihara Rimi, but that has nothing to do with the current me. Dude, what a line. Like, again... It's so weird. I want to just keep bringing up my experience with Steins Gate, but like, this is a line that could be straight out of Steins Gate. It's kind of crazy. It's really interesting how, like, even though I'm sure all the mechanics of why these things are happening are completely different, it's interesting how, like, how so many... There's a lot of thematic similarities permeating between Chaos Head and Steins Gate, which is really cool. Cradling my head, I closed myself off completely. I kept trembling and trembling, envisioning that the girl known as Sakihara Rimi wasn't there anymore. Not long after, I heard the sound of the door opening, telling me that the demon girl had left. That was an interesting transition, but we didn't get... Gotta double check. Yeah, it's still chapter 3, though. Okay. For a second, I was like, oh, is this going to be the end of the chapter? But no. In the midst of a pitch-black room, the pale light of a PC monitor cut through the darkness. Pictured on the screen was a Sarah screensaver from Blood 2 in the animation. While there had been a girl by the name of Sakihara Rimi present in the container half a day prior... The only figure that remained was the container's owner, Nishijo Takumi. This is a narrator. This is the narrator. Like the omnipotent narrator on a Takumi scene. Interesting. This is a first, I think. It was already 5 in the morning. In Takumi's daily life, he would play online games until dawn and then collapse onto the sofa once he could not keep his eyes open any longer. Even now, Takumi was asleep on the couch, twisted in a seemingly uncomfortable position. Yeah, we can't see him, but He never used his bed for sleep. Does he fucking have a bed in here? He did indeed have a proper bed, but it was already occupied by manga CD. Oh, it's probably over there, maybe. Manga CDs and other random piled up media. He could never be bothered to tidy it up, so his bed had effectively been repurposed into his storeroom. Ever since then, he had utilized his two-person sofa as his one and only place to sleep. A pained moan is... Oh, God, they're playing the title theme again! Okay, now we're starting to abuse this theme, but is this because we're getting the... Is it time for Shogun? Are we actually gonna... Is this why we're seeing this from the omnipotent narrator as opposed to Takumi's point of view? A pained moan escaped from Takumi's lips. Perhaps he was having a nightmare. His entire body was perspiring, and his closed eyelids twitched and trembled. His expression was warped in agony, and he was tossing and turning so frequently he came very close to falling off the couch. Right before he did, however, his eyes suddenly and inexplicably shot open as he faced the ceiling. They were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were faintly convulsing. Still in that state, without blinking even a single time, he rose from the sofa. He slowly staggered toward the PC. We're about to get... This is Shogun. We're about to get Shogun. What in the world? Without sitting down, he moved the mouse as he stood before the desk. The screensaver disappeared, and his desktop showed itself. The pale light of the monitor shone on Takumi's face, illuminating his horrifyingly vacant expression. His body swayed back and forth, and his mouth hung slightly ajar. Drool seeped down his chin. Was this guy... Is this... Has this come up? Actually, wait a minute. Brainwashing, huh? I don't remember the context, but brainwashing is in our tips list. Isn't that interesting? Brainwashing is in our tips list, huh? Isn't that interesting? How interesting. Speaking of things that have... that are very interesting in the context of this universe. How interesting. Drool seeped down his chin. His current state was a textbook example of sleepwalking. Yeah, so apparently he is actually sleepwalking, but this also... The delirious boy launched the web browser, then opened that channel. His movement itself was languid and slow, but he showed no hesitation in selecting a thread from the board related to New Gen. The board listed a total of around 60 threads, and Takumi slowly opened each of them one by one. And then, with his eyes remaining glued to the monitor, he began to type. He repeated this action for each and every thread. His posts were not particularly long, only housing a few characters each. They all composed the exact same sentence. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah. Shogun. Shogun. There it is. No. Okay. So there is the reveal. He is, in fact, Shogun. We're not hiding that from the viewer any longer, which, you know, I mean, they didn't hide it that long because, yeah, I mean, they weren't really trying to hide it, but that is still a big reveal. Also, still not the end of the chapter, which is interesting as well. Very interesting little scene there. And we're just going to keep rolling. I went to the hospital first thing next morning. They hadn't confirmed it the last time I'd come here, but today they would definitely tell me I was normal. Dr. Takashina would remember me. I'd tell him, "It's me, Nishijo. I was your patient until around 4 years ago," and then he'd tell me everything I needed to hear. I wasn't the crazy one. It was the demon girl and Mizumi-kun. They were the crazy ones. That was definitely what he was gonna say. I don't know about that, man. This hospital opened at 8 in the morning, which was a little bit earlier in regular hospitals. That was the reason why I'd shown up right when it opened, and yeah, the seats in the lobby were already filled with countless middle-aged people or older. What the hell? Why? The hospital just opened, so why were there so many people here? Don't you bastards know head starts are unfair? Come on time like you're supposed to, assholes. As I continued to insult them inside my head, I had no choice but to wait. Oh, that was a very Fate Stay Night transition. About an hour passed before I really started to regret not having made an appointment. But right after I started thinking that, they called my name, and I was immediately relieved to know that I wouldn't have to wait as long as last week. Cool. Except the one waiting for me in the examination room wasn't Dr. Takashina, but some white-haired old man that I had never seen before. Interesting. New character drop?
高階先生は
Noticing my confusion, the nurse standing right behind him, I think her name was Hazuki-san, gave an apologetic look. So it's still Hazuki, though, with her
高階先
glasses.
生はもういません。
Was Dr. Takashina one of the victims of New Gen? I'm trying to remember. Do we know anything about the fourth victim? He what?
もういないというか、過労がたたって先週末に倒れてしまわれてね。
Oh,
今週はそれでずっと休みだよ。
okay. What? This couldn't be happening. My one and only ally. Wait, had he really collapsed from fatigue?
陰謀だ。悪魔女の
Yeah.
陰謀だ。
Yeah, that's great. Maybe
西条さん
Yeah, maybe don't say that too loud in a fucking hospital, bro. She had to have poisoned his food or sent him a death threat to scare him into submission or some other horrible act to psychologically break him. This had to be the work of the demon girl. She was trying to isolate me from my allies so that I'd be defenseless against her assault. What's her assault, though? Like a mental assault? Is she trying to, like, convert you into her evil cult? Like, what are we even talking about here, man? There was no way in hell I was going to let anyone other than Dr. Takashina examine me, so instead of getting a checkup, I ran away from the hospital. Damn. You seem to like Hazuki, though. Damn, we ran all the way back home. That's crazy. Leaning on the fence at the edge of the roof, I blankly stared up at the sky. Oh, are we gonna get a sky shot? The skies of Shibuya were dim and lifeless. You'd have to be crazy to call them clear.
病院にはもう行かない方がいい。
Had a feeling he was going to decide that after this incident. The demon girl's net was tightening around me. Maybe I already had nowhere to run. Maybe the detectives I'd met yesterday were imposters. Maybe in reality they had been the demon girl's underlings all along and they'd just been testing me. It had to be it. The timing had been just way too perfect. The demon girl had broken into my room right after I talked to them, for fuck's sake. She was a demon, after all. She wasn't human. Controlling and manipulating the human's mind would be child's play for her. I love how he's just arbitrarily deciding what her powers are now. I had no evidence of that, though, but at the same time, I had no evidence proving she wasn't a demon. Okay, bro. Which meant the only way to stay alive was just to assume the worst-case scenario. Classic Takumi, honestly. Do I really have nobody on my side? Felt like everyone was against me. No matter where I looked, no matter who it was, all I saw was yet another one of the demon girl's underlings. Somewhere in all this, he needs to apparently find a sword, by the way. Let's not forget that's apparently a thing for whatever the hell salvation is.
助けて。誰か助けてよ。
The crazy timing, given I just brought up salvation. Why didn't I have even a single ally? Why wouldn't anyone come save me? Why did I have to suffer so much? Why did only I have to suffer so much? I felt more helpless than ever. I just wanted something to support me. Someone who would protect me. Something that would protect me. I didn't care who or what it was. Just someone, something. Please grant me salvation! Oh my god, he's about to get the sword. I didn't care who it was. Just someone, something. Please grant me salvation. Well, it's either going to be FES is going to pop up, or he's going to get the sword. I imagine the latter. Here. Yep.
見つけて。 早く剣を。
Or he's gonna remember what she said.
そうすれば君は救われるわ。
That's crazy. Suddenly I remembered those words.
剣
If this was a game, I'd be the protagonist and there'd be a cliche story moment where I'd obtain the legendary sword and triumph over evil. That's crazy. Dude, he keeps hitting us with these lines and I'm just like, bruh. Every time, man. At this point, I'd heard the word sword from 2 different 3D girls recently, and in extremely close proximity at that. There still remained the possibility that FES was on my side. Girl B, however, I think her name was Sena, had a pretty high chance of being one of the demon girl's underlings, judging by her attitude. A sword.
剣だ。剣を手に入れるんだ。そうすれば。
I started talking to myself like I'd lost my mind. Little did they know, I never had one in the first place. I was grasping at straws at this point. Yeah, he's just pure desperation here. It's not even lunacy. He's just so desperate for something to cling on to, like salvation, like he said. If I just get my hands on a sword, I might be freed from this nightmare. I couldn't help but hope for that. Oh no. We had the despair, now we have the hope. It wasn't that I believed what FES said about it granting me salvation. I just had nothing else to cling to. At the very least, I should do some research. Oh. Sorry. I just took a second there. It's just my controller being a little silly. Okay, we're going on to Deluode. We're deluding. Alright, we're searching for it online. What? Started off by checking to see if the swords FES and Sena were carrying appeared in any anime, but I couldn't find anything, at least from the seasonals. I expected as much. I always checked out the newest anime, after all. Yeah, of course. Considering there were upwards of 30 to 40 of them in one season, it'd really pile up on me if I tried to watch them all, so I'd just watch the first couple episodes and figure out which ones to keep following from there. Naturally, since YouTube existed, I had no trouble completing my lineup from channels such as BS and CS. Okay, sure. Whatever that means. So there was no way I'd overlooked any anime. Also crazy just to think about, like, a full anime on YouTube. The fucking... That's wild. I mean, that's early YouTube era. And those swords weren't in any of the shows I'd checked out. Swords both had extremely distinctive shapes, so if they'd showed up, I definitely would have remembered them. Although if someone other than myself had been controlling me when I saw it, then there was nothing I could do about it. Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thought. Next, I tried searching for the swords themselves rather than anime they might have appeared in. I wonder if he's gonna find...
ほとんどがゲームの攻略サイトじゃんか。
They're almost all video game walkthrough sites. That's funny. Terms I knew well, such as ESO's Shangri-La Edge, kept popping up. I was making no progress. For fuck's sake, I was supposed to be able to find it quickly. I had a feeling that Sena had used a more concrete name for it, but what had it been? It was either DI or DL or D1. Remember, the nightmare won't end unless you remember.
答えろ。見えるんだな。ディソードが。
It just sounds like she says the D sword.
D sword.
Oh, D like DI. I think it actually is DI. D sword, like D, I like the sound, DI. Like Kono Dio da, but without the O. So just D. That was it. She called it a D sword. I quickly typed it in and ran a search. It's either going to be no results or it's going to be something really weird. D sword, fantasy wiki, so fantasy wiki. Amnesia something? That's interesting. Thus, swords of light, known as D-swords, were unleashed upon the world. D-swords are fictional swords created in medieval Europe by the legendary Gladiol, the wicked-hearted king. The swords were created to feed off of the negative emotions of man, and as such, is said that the Black Knights, who fought with these swords eventually had their hearts eaten away by them. Unlike other holy/cursed swords, D swords are characterized by their unique invisibility. I wonder if this is inspired by Fate Stay Night. There's a lot of things about this that feels a little Fate-ish. Talking about somebody who bought a D sword here on the second link. Very interesting. I'm sure he's going to read about the stuff I just read about, but, you know. I got hits. Only 2 of them, though. Even so, I was already starting to think of those 2 links as my road to salvation. Holding back my excitement, I checked on the top one first. Oh. Shit, the page was down. What the hell? Damn it, what the hell? Also an error document? Error? 404 error? I don't know. I'm kind of freaking out. Now I'm just looking for anything that could constitute an error after what Sena said. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Go back and look at the cache. Yeah, it's just D sword. Okay. Ancient legends often contain settings that transcend theories of all creations, and as such, the sword is made. Oh, I didn't even read the. Oh, I didn't actually get to read the rest of this over here. Unlike other holy/cursed swords, D swords, delusional ideal sword. Delusional ideal? Are you crazy? There's no fucking shot they're called delusional ideal swords. Are you kidding me? I mean, delusion, ideal. And then the ideal... Honestly, it makes me want to read the ChäoS Head, like, I don't know what to call it, title card again. Unlike other holy/cursed swords, D swords are categorized by their unique invisibility. It's said that the moment one of these seemingly unarmed warriors swung their arms, the sharp slice caused their opponent's arm to be severed from their body and fall to the ground before they could even feel the pain. Much like the Kamaitachi phenomenon, or Kamaitachi, I'm going to assume Kamaitachi phenomenon, which I'm not familiar with. The page had an illustration on it. Must have been a recreation based on how the sword was described in various books.
元ネタは伝承か。
Ancient legends often contain settings that transcend theories of all creation, and as such, this sword has made appearances in several pseudepigrapha books and various other mediums. D swords and the Kamaitachi phenomenon are considered to be practically synonymous. Kamaitachi, meanwhile, are imaginary specters that are sometimes depicted as weasels with sharp sickles for arms. But this interpretation can only be attributed to a faithful recreation of people's imaginations over many years. If one were to describe the beings in words, Kamaitachi would be spirits of the wind, entities with a very weak presence in reality. However, the truth of the phenomenon has already been verified by modern science. The slices are said to be caused by a naturally occurring phenomenon in places where the air is incredibly dry, and the vacuum-like conditions present in such realities causes cuts to appear on the skin. And then the Gladiol Saga. Interesting, which was written from 23 volumes, written from 1929 to 1951. Interesting. So this is where, this is the crazy weird lore that, this is the crazy weird lore that fucking, the crazy weird lore that, was used to build the lore, the ChäoS Head, like, storyline, because, like, you know, like, Steins Gate uses, like, the John Teeter stuff, right? So it's, like, right online.
でもセナって女が持ってたのに比べるとこっちは随分地味だな。
Why did it have to be such a niche sword to begin with? I mean, why couldn't it have been a sword like Excalibur or Kusanagi? You know, swords that were actually a big deal, because this is Chiyomaru, and he wouldn't... Chiyomaru likes to likes to build his narratives off of more niche things. No, this wasn't the time to piss and moan. Niche or mainstream, I didn't care as long as it could save me. I decided to research it a bit more. Continuing, I clicked the second link. The words "I bought a D-sword" caught my eye specifically. Were D-swords something you could buy? I love this. The blog of a free soul with too much free time. A diary where I screw around and talk about my daily life of jerking off and downing soda. Nah. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Sex, male, work, perpetrator? What the hell does that even say? Or there might be something else. Hobby, dude, what? That sound, dude, I'm scared. The blog owner seemed to be male, so I could deduce that it couldn't be the demon girl or Sena. Seriously, I can't get enough of all the shady stuff I've been picking up. Town Vanguard is an oasis for my soul, man. The only places in the entire Tokyo metropolitan area that have got that shady vibe TV has are in Akiba. Even then, though, Akiba's stores don't really scratch that itch for me, you know? All they've really got is computers or porn or stuff like that. Can't say the same for TV, though. There used to be all sorts of shady shops in Shibuya. Really shows my age. But they've been washed away along with the flow of time. Man, those were the days, lol. What's amazing to me, though, is that if you didn't know any better, TV totally looks like a store for noobs, Lamau. Interesting. TV, huh? The store is called TV. Oh, Town Vanguard. Sure. So this sounds like an older individual, based on what they said. Was he a completely unrelated third party, or could he have deliberately changed his writing style? What the fuck? Yeah, I think we all know what WTF means. That one's still... Ooh, we have a thing on the Kami Itachi phenomenon. Thank you, game. Yeah, net slang short for what the fuck. An expletive used to represent any number of emotions, such as anger, surprise, confusion, etc. A popular alternative is the shortened TF. The fuck is going on? Okay. The Kama Itachi phenomenon. An extremely rare phenomenon in which the body is suddenly marked with a wound as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. Kama Itachi are wind yokai from the Koshin Etsu region of Japan. They have sharp, sickle-like claws on both hands, which local legend states are used to cut their victims, causing the phenomenon described above. The true cause behind why this phenomenon occurs has not yet been ascertained. So this is a real thing. I mean, extremely rare, but the Kami Itachi phenomenon is an actual thing. So that's good to know. I knew that no answer would come to me no matter how much I thought about it, so I gave up and stopped looking at the blog. More importantly, it seemed like the store he'd mentioned, Town Vanguard, was located in Shibuya. Well, that's enough yearning for the good old days. I'm still wondering, though, who the hell named this thing a D-sword, lol? It's this pretty huge toy, and it's got this real oomph to it, yeah, but even then, I'll bet money on the fact that the only reason it's at the store at all is because of the clerk. Yo-chan's interests. Yo? I mean, we have Yua. We don't have anyone, I think, that could be... We haven't met anyone that could, theoretically, would be called Yo-chan, though. I mean, they recently put up a fantasy weapons section in one of the corners of the store, so lol. There was a bunch of stuff, like a lightsaber and a light shuriken. What? But they were obviously fake. It was pretty disappointing, to be honest. Yeah, what the fuck? What were you expecting? Fucking lightsaber to be a fucking real lightsaber? I had the feeling that it was too good to be true, but I also had the feeling that it was predestined, too. Interesting. Starting to believe in fate. Looking at from another angle, maybe the exact reason I'd run into a girl holding a D-sword in the middle of Shibuya twice was because the store was located there. Interesting. Wait, wasn't underground stuff like this supposed to secretly be popular among a few minority groups in Shibuya? Pretty sure it was. And yet he had to buy the light shuriken because it looked ridiculous. Anyway, I went ahead and ran a search for Town Vanguard. It didn't seem to have an official site, but I did find a preview image of it on an online map. They didn't have an official site. That probably meant they didn't take online orders. I tried searching for them as a seller on Taboo Auctions, but I didn't find anything. Which meant that I would have to go to the store in person. I really didn't want to go outside, but...
剣は手に入れなくちゃ。手に入れないとダメなんだ。
Hell yeah. I had now come to think of the sword as my sole only means of opposing the demon girl. I didn't have any idea what I would actually do after I got it, though. I certainly wasn't brave enough to kill her with it, not even close. Even so, I had hoped that if I got my hands on a sword, I would be released somewhat from the terror that was tormenting me. The D-sword would be my protective charm, something I could depend on. Well, you're going to have to lug around a giant sword, though, apparently. There was something strangely alluring about that sword. Alright, let's get it. Guess we're going to Town Vanguard now. Interesting, we're getting a sound effect of leaving the, A god has... Can't quite read that. It definitely is God has... Maybe, like, forsaken us or something, or... It doesn't look like that's what that says, though, but I have no idea. Chosen? God has chosen... That might be chosen. I don't know. It seemed like the store was located somewhere near Cat Street. Cat Street was a long winding road next to Meijidori that ran from Shibuya to Harajuku. Apparently it had been built on top of an old stream that had been reclaimed a while back. There were a bunch of reasons as to why people started calling it Cat Street, such as being frequented by feral cats so that it was so narrow that only cats could use it. But it wasn't like it made a difference to me either way. Cat Street was pretty far away from my base. It took about 15 to 20 minutes to get there on foot. It'd be much faster by bike, but unfortunately I didn't have one. I decided to take a route that went past the front of the train station, then through Shoto via cutting through Miyashita Park. Quickening my pace a bit, I crossed the overpass that went over Meijidori. Oh, we got another one of those very fatey transitions. Fate-y, not fadey. Yep. Whew, I'd finally arrived. I was starting to get really impatient. The sheer distance was pissing me off. Cat Street was nice and quiet compared to Center Guy, and it felt much more like Harajuku than Shibuya. The stores lining the streets here were only aimed at trend chasers I wanted nothing to do with. Fuck them, to be honest. Highly fascist-conscious person who constantly changes their fashion sense depending on what is currently popular. Knowing how out of place I was just made me all the more pissed off. It was complete foreign territory. Every last one of the assholes around me thought they were so damn cool. There were even more couples sauntering around than in the shopping district. Whatever, they were probably just a bunch of broke shitheads trying to pretend they had money. They were likely just window shopping, Lamau, wastes of space. Jesus, bro. I was starting to regret coming here at all, but I reminded myself that all the suffering would be worth it once I got a sword, so I just sucked it up and kept walking. In order to avoid making eye contact with anyone, I kept my eyes firmly trained on my map as I speed walked toward my destination. Town Vanguard was deep into a narrow side road that split off from Cat Street.
ここか。
Even though I'd only gone one side street away from the main road, the atmosphere had changed dramatically. It was a narrow, cramped, filthy alley that no car could travel through. The street was lined with wooden houses, out-of-business stores with closed shutters, and the inevitable spray-painted graffiti that covered said shutters. Despite how nice it looked from the outside with all its high-class name-brand stores, Cat Street 2 was nothing more than a superficial facade. And behind that facade lay a whole host of broken-down, mercilessly discarded junk heaps. Yeah, that is how these things tend to go sometimes. Then again, I couldn't stand the place either way. Both the bullshit and the truth were foreign territory for me. The only home for me was Empire Sweeper Online, baby. That's right. We and ESO in this bitch, like, that's the only thing he cares about. That's the only place he's comfortable. Hey, yeah, bro's not even always comfortable in his freaking place, like, in his container. Bro, but he's comfortable in the world of ESO, man. Ugh. Even for the back streets, though, Town Vanguard had an even smaller, darker atmosphere than I was expecting. I was finally starting to get why the blogger had called it shady. Even though an open sign was hanging on the door, it didn't exactly look like business was booming, and that was being generous. Thanks to that, it was extremely hard to convince myself to go in. How was I? A guy who couldn't even go into a gyudon shop by himself? I don't know what that is. Supposed to enter a sketchy-ass store like this. I wanted to go home. No, I needed to get my hands on a sword no matter what. What should I do? Oh, we're looking at the sky. I spent a little while trying and failing to get myself to go in. Not a single person came through the cramped alley. I had already spent 30 minutes waffling over what to do. Well, I still hadn't seen a single soul since I'd gone off the road. All that happened was I would finally decide to suck it up and go in. But then I would realize I wasn't brave enough. Repeat ad nauseum. But I couldn't go home empty-handed. This was the only place I could get my hands on a D-sword. Even though my sense of reason told me that, my instincts made me hesitate to enter the shop. In my mind, I had a delusion where the clerk came out to me. Of course, she was a cute maiden. She talked to me with a voice straight out of an anime. She knew exactly what I wanted, and she held the D-sword out to me, friendly as could be. Here you are. Please take this sword, master. Of course, with the master. Okay, that's enough. Chill out, me. Yeah, maybe chill out, bro. Just as I was thinking about how much nicer it'd be if things turned out that way, a lone 3D girl appeared from within the store, almost like she'd somehow heard my thoughts. Wonder if this is going to be the Yo-chan, or if this is going to be someone we recognize. However, unlike my delusion, she was wearing disgustingly gaudy clothes, the type that made you think, what Indian tribe did you steal those from? But at the same time, despite the getup, she looked absolutely miserable. Talk about whiplash. Interesting. I can't wait to see this design. Her hair was incredibly frizzy, to the point where it looked like her head had exploded, and creepy patterns were scrawled on the bandana she had twisted around it. She said that she was a store worker and had come out after seeing me pacing outside. My delusion hadn't exactly become reality, but it wasn't like I had expected it to. Before I knew what was happening, the clerk forcibly shoved me inside, despite how reluctant I was to do so. I didn't even have a chance to turn her down. Alright, in we go. Town Vanguard. Oh, this is an interesting score. I dig it, though. In the end, I found myself inside the store. It was all well and good that I'd cleared the most difficult obstacle, but... yeah, this place is, speaking of a junkyard. If this store was under the Demon Girl's control and everything about the D-sword was just an elaborate trap to lure me to it, I wouldn't be allowed to complain if I got killed right here. I love the whole, I wouldn't be allowed to complain if I fell for this bullshit. My eyes darted around the store's dim interior. There wasn't a single customer. The air was awfully stagnant and slightly hazy. The unpleasant odor of tobacco and mold mixed together and invaded my nostrils. I feel like I was going to be sick if I stayed here for any more than 5 minutes. Though I saw things that looked like products, it was difficult to judge whether or not they were actually for sale. All of them had been placed haphazardly, and there was no way to distinguish them from just plain old garbage. It didn't help that not a single one of them had a price tag. I didn't notice it until after I'd come in, but there were a whole lot of porn and sex toys. Among them were devices you'd see in rape/humiliation type eroge, and I had no idea where to find a safe place to look. Yeah, that's a lot. That's definitely something. I mean, this place literally looks like it has everything and nothing at the same time. The store must have been a variety shop for adults or something. After forcing me into the store, the clerk sat down on a stool behind the counter and proceeded to zone out as she smoked. She showed no indication that she was going to continue meddling with me. She was probably a partial source of the haze in here. Even though it had been less than a minute since I'd come in, anxiety, a weird sense of pressure, and the embarrassment all combined with how sick I was feeling in the form of disgusting sweat seeping out of my forehead. I wanted to get out of this otherworldly place as soon as possible. I had to hurry up and find a D-sword quick. I walked toward the back as I looked throughout the store. I soon found the fantasy weapons section, which had been mentioned in the blog I'd found. This corner of the store was the only one that stood out to me. Numerous pole-shaped toys were neatly displayed. All of the toys were tubes of some sort. They were different colors, but pretty much all of them were lightsabers. You could tell pretty easily from how shoddy they were that they were all bootleg. I doubted they would even glow. It seemed like the light shuriken talked about in the blog was sold out, which surprised me. Yet mixed in with the lightsabers was a single item that was clearly different from the rest. Only took one look for me to know it was a D sword. It looked almost exactly like the illustration I'd seen online. Yeah, it's that really simple looking one. Interesting. I went to pick it up. It was unexpectedly light. I wonder what it was made of, but it definitely seemed like some sort of soft vinyl. It wasn't sharp at all. The edges were slippery, and naturally it didn't hurt me in the slightest when I ran my fingers across it. Compared to the one Sena and FES had, it was badly designed, had no sense of weight, and above all else, didn't give me the sense that would sever anything with just the slightest touch. Could it be a fake? That worried me, but there wasn't anything else in the store that resembled a D-sword. Would this even give off light at all? The D-sword FES had, swung around at her show, had pieces of glass embedded in it that gave off a blue light and looked extremely badass. But I didn't see a single shard of glass in the sword I was holding. Maybe I shouldn't buy it? The D-sword was so shoddily made that I couldn't help but come to that conclusion, despite how long it had taken me to get here. But...
見つけて早く剣を
Yeah, she gave us that very, stoic warning.
そうすれば君は救われるわ
It's crazy flashing back to that scene, again, for that matter, but also going back to this ridiculous music. I remembered FES's words. It's actually a cool track, but it's very weird. Right, if I didn't buy it right here and now, I'd lose my only chance of getting my hands on a D-sword. Maybe it only looked cheap, but once it recognized me as its true master, an incredible power would manifest within it. I kind of doubt that, but I don't know where this shit's going. Or maybe I'd seen too much anime or read one too many manga. But I had sensed that exact kind of unknown power in Sena and FES's swords, so this sword should have it too, but... what to do? While my internal debate raged on, the clerk came up and stood right behind me without me noticing. With a melancholic smirk, she pointed at the D-sword and muttered, 10,000 yen and I'll throw in a free bonus. How absurdly cheap it was made me doubt my own ears at first. I'd amassed quite a bit of cash from RMT, and it was only 10,000 yen. I could buy it simply by sacrificing a single figure. I'd heard the price, and when I realized that it was the last one they had left, I'd come to an immediate decision. The bonus that'd come with it was a cheap-looking bangle. To be frank, I didn't want it in the slightest. Alright, well he bought his, shoddy-ass, D-sword. Everything after that was hell. Town Vanguard didn't do deliveries, so my only option was to lug it home myself. Toy or not, my excitement died instantly when I realized I'd have to carry the stupidly long sword right through the heart of Shibuya. I had already paid for it, and the clerk adamantly refused to let me return it. This was a really intense form of humiliation roleplay. It'll be interesting if nobody notices it, though. Having to haul a huge toy like this down a fancy street. It sounds even weirder he talks humiliation roleplay and then he calls it a huge toy. That makes it sound lewd. Just as I'd come to expect, the Dokyun couples, dolled up grills, and whatever other manner of sheep that passed me by all had those same exact mocking smiles. Damn it, every last one of you should just kill yourself. I focused intently on keeping my head down for the rest of the way home, having delusions all the way about swinging my newly bought D-sword at the innocent people in the middle of the road, viciously slaughtering piles and piles of them. Jesus. Yeah, it sounds about right for Takumi, but Jesus. So I assume you made it back? Yeah, you did. Okay. I finally made it back. I'd started running when I was about halfway home, and I didn't stop until I got there, so I was gasping for air by the time I'd reached my base. The ice-cold stares of the pedestrians were killing me. It was somewhat impressive that Sena was able to endure this kind of embarrassment all the time. In a way, I even respected her for it. I could never do what she did. Is this gonna be, Remy again? Suddenly, a sound came from a blind spot in the shadow of my base. I bet it's gonna be Remy. Someone there? Freezing my tracks, I gulped. The pure white smile of the demon girl who called herself Remy appeared in my mind. Maybe she'd come back. Maybe this time she'd come to kill me for real. It's probably going to be like you or something because he's expecting Rimi. What should I do? Should I run? I sensed a presence. The light of the sunset etched someone's shadow onto the ground. One that I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, had to be female. Doesn't actually really rule it out much. I immediately readied my D-sword. When I actually tried holding it like that, though, it felt even less reliable than I'd expected it to. Sena's sword, it felt incredibly intimidating. It had this sense of overwhelming pressure that wouldn't allow anyone to get near it. But the D-sword I was holding didn't feel like that at all. Maybe it really was a fake. Could I really fight with something like this? There was no way. Even if I had a real one, I still couldn't do it. Not only that, but I hadn't realized how heavy it really was until I first started holding it just now. Maybe I was holding it wrong? In any case, it would be impossible to even swing it like this. The shadow suddenly wavered. It was approaching me. I shut my eyes tight and haphazardly swung the sword in front of me. I knew it wouldn't be able to defeat my enemy this way. Even so, I had the faint hope that as long as I had this sword, it'd somehow do something anyway. But I didn't feel it hit anything, nor did my enemy make a sound. I couldn't believe it. Could that single strike of mine have utterly annihilated the demon girl? If so, that'd be the best shit to ever happen to...
Oni, その剣何?
Oh, it's Nanami. Okay. When I opened my eyes, the one standing there wasn't the demon girl, but rather Nanami. Love it. She was looking at me with unmistakably judgmental eyes. All my strength disappeared instantly, and I dropped to the ground right where I'd been standing. No! I like this. I like this OST. She was the worst little sister ever. Didn't she know how shitty it was to scare her older brother like this, let alone enjoy it? It didn't look like she's really enjoying it, nor did she intend to scare you. Who the hell did she think she was? This is exactly why 3D would always pale in comparison to 2D. My voice is really starting to feel it. I might stop soon. We'll see. I've been going for a while, though. I mean, even with the little shorter episode last time that I recorded right before. But I'd love to try and get this chapter done.
いつもみたいにお兄の生存確認しに来てあげたんじゃん。なのにお兄いないんだもん。
Classic.
なんでナナが30分もお兄のこと心配しながら待ってなくちゃいけないわけ？ナナの貴重な時間が無駄に消えてっちゃったじゃん。お兄のバカ。
Get cooked. Worried? This bitch was worried about me? As if I would ever fall for such an obvious lie. He's so delusional. I know that's the gimmick, but God.
で、どこ行ってたの？出かけるなんて珍しいじゃん。携帯にかけても繋がんないし。
I left my phone behind in my base. It wasn't like anyone was going to call me while I was out, so I'd see no point in bringing it. Clearly not.
そもそも、その剣何なの？
That's the real question worth asking.
買ってきたの？
Nanami peered curiously at the sword.
あ、わかった。アニメのおもちゃかなんかでしょ？
You would think.
ほんと、お兄ってオタクさんだね。
You would think.
しかもこのおもちゃ、ちっとも似合ってないよ。さっきだってへっぴり腰で構えちゃってて思い出したら笑えてきた。
Damn. Bro is about to rage. Ignoring Nanami, I undid the lock on the door to the container house and made to go inside.
ちょっと無視すんな。
帰れ。
If she'd just come to check if I was alive, then she got what she wanted, and she no longer had any reason to be here. She was always making fun of me, and every time she came over, she would do nothing but complain. She was really that put off by being here, then she didn't have to come at all. It was annoying anyway. It'd be no skin up my back if she stopped. It'll never get old seeing how fucking delusional this guy is, honestly.
あのね、わざわざ様子見に来てあげてんだから、もっとありがたがってよ。
I appreciate it though, because there's nothing I hate more than like a generic protagonist. Like, I want a real character. And say what you want about Takumi, he's a real fucking character, alright. He is absolutely a character.
せっかくお土産まで持ってきたのに。
Her voice was whiny as could be, and she pursed her lips.
お土産？
そう、お母さんが持ってけって。ほら。
Oh? Nanami handed me a bag of clementines. There were about 10 of them wrapped up in red netting. Let's go. Let's get some orange action. Weird. Something's fishy here. I'd eat clementines if they were right in front of me, but they weren't my favorite food or anything.
というわけで、ナナもちょっと一服したいから一緒に食べてあげる。
帰れ。
Damn, get cooked.
もう、妹がお土産持ってきて、しかも一緒に食べてあげるって言ってるんだよ。もっと喜びなよ。
Damn. What exactly about eating clementines with Nanami was supposed to make me feel happy at all? And besides, it was obvious that she just wanted to eat clementines, and that was the whole reason why she'd come here. She'd been a fat ass ever since we were little, often stealing my portion to add to hers. I couldn't count the number of times we'd fought over that, damn. Okay, I actually like that there's lore as to why he calls her a fat ass. That's actually kind of cute. Very sibling behavior. It's actually one of the more normal things about their relationship. Nanami, unable to take a hint, waltzed right on into my base. I gave up and followed in after her.
お茶ある？あったかいのがいいな。
Why the hell would I have tea? I only drink cola and nothing else. Bro, at least drink water and cola. Don't be that much of a demon. Nami sat down on the sofa and grabbed a clementine. Sighing, I set down the D sword so it'd lean against my computer desk. I had no reason to continue carrying the bangle in my pocket, so I just chucked it somewhere behind me.
あれ？それ何？
Quickly spotting the bangle I'd thrown on the floor, Nanami went to pick it up. Is the bangle gonna... Oh my god, the bangle's...
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。
The bangle activates the fucking sword, doesn't it? That looks important. The bang... Is Nanami about to put the bangle on and like the sword's gonna go crazy?
これも買ってきたの？お兄にしてはいいセンス。
No. Cute? How? The thing was nothing more than a piece of junk you'd get for 500 yen at worst. I couldn't believe how bad Nanami's taste was. Ignoring her once again, I nabbed one of the clementines and sat down in front of my PC.
ねえねえ、なんでこれ捨てちゃうの？
だっていらないし。
じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。
Bro, she's gonna put it on, it's gonna activate the sword. The plastic sword's suddenly gonna become a real sword, and that's like how it's disguised or whatever.
はあ？
いいじゃん、どうせ捨てるならさ。たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく妹にプレゼントの一つでもしてよ。
You call it a present, but it's just something I don't want that you suddenly decide to appropriate. I mean, hey, you know. Why not?
勝手に持ってけば。
There you go.
ほんと？やったー！
Yay! Literal walking PMS is crazy! Holy shit! Dude, sometimes this guy, man, as soon as she got my approval, she put the bangle on her wrist. Takes a real cheap whore to get this excited over a cheap piece of junk. What the fuck, Takumi? It never gets old. I'm always shocked with some of the shit he says in his head that he would never fucking say out loud. Good lord.
お兄、どう？似合う？
Nah, that shit's gonna activate the sword.
全然。
Or the sword's like gonna be invisible to him now.
あっそう。お兄のバーカ。
It was supposed to be a present, so why was she treating me like this? Little sisters weren't supposed to call their brothers mean names. What were they teaching girls nowadays? Go play 100 eroge this instant. What in the world?
バーカ。
That's a lot of eroge, bro. She was grinning from ear to ear. I, meanwhile, was getting extremely pissed off.
これ気に入っちゃったからもう返さないもんね。
I really like it, so I'm not gonna give it back anymore.
っていうか、お兄からプレゼントもらうなんて初めてのような気がする。しょうがないから大事にしてあげるよ。
Aw. As if I cared. No one asked you to take care of it. I didn't even get it for you in the first place.
もう用は済んだんだから帰れ。僕は暇じゃないんだ。邪魔するな。
Well, when I said that, Nanami pursed her lips.
そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。 それにみかんまだ食べてないし、お茶もまだ出してもらってないよ。
I don't think he has tea, bro. Girl.
おめえに飲ませるお茶はね。
Nami glared at me intently, hands on her hips. Before long, her eyes started welling up, and then...
わかったよ。そんなに邪魔なら帰る。
Damn. This is unironic. For some reason, this actually hurts my heart a little bit.
ああ、さっさと頼む。
Oh, damn. That was a little, like... Oh, what a stupid big brother.
お兄のバカ。
Yes.
お兄なんてみかんの皮で目つぶし食らって失明しちゃえ。
Yes, only Baka indeed. Get clementine skin in your eyes and go blind forever is truly next level tsundere behavior.
あとバングルは返さないかんね。バカ。
Baka! That was a good Baka. You're gonna regret that. You're gonna really wish you still had that bangle. I mean, I'm probably totally wrong because nothing happened to this seed, but interesting. Yelling in a migraine-inducing voice that resounded throughout the entire room, Nanami grabbed her bag and ran out with insane speed. Oh, thank God, it was finally over. Hanging out with Nanami always took everything out of me. Why did she insist on coming here every week when I'd made it very clear I was sick of it? Read the room, for fuck's sake. We must have had a for fuck's sake earlier, because that would have definitely got a thing. Oh, we're getting a... What the fuck?
ファーストメルトは期待以上の結果に終わりました。
What in the fucking seal bullshit is this? And I mean seal as in S-E-E-L-E. What in the fucking hell? Nozomi, by the way. Fucking Nozomi shit's happening. What is this? The first melt? I'm assuming that has to do with what the government guys were looking at in Shibuya.
G レートの上昇率は当初の予測からわずかな誤差があった程度です。
Sure. There you go. That pretty much confirms it. What in the world is the Nozomi project?
バイオリズムコントロールも順調なのかね。
I could be wrong, but I think, I don't know why, but the second I heard biorhythm, I was like, was that, I feel like that word was in the opening. I feel like biorhythm was in the opening. Yeah, I think this is an important tip. A graph showing the cyclical changes in the physiological state, emotional imbalance, and intelligence of a biological organism. The term is often employed with the explanation of, on days when an organism's biorhythm is high, they will be in good condition. But on days when the organism's biorhythm is low, they will be in poor condition. Sure. And our adventures into biorhythm control proceeding smoothly as well.
渋谷の G レートは他のエリアと比べて高い値を持っていると同時に安定性についても特筆したものがあります。
Interesting.
それゆえに意図的に操作しやすいということか。そして渋谷にいる人々のバイオリズムを急激に引き上げることもまた。
What in the world are we talking about? What is this?
実験結果についてはレポートをご参照ください。納得していただける成果を上げております。
I'd love to get a look at the front of this guy's hair. Like obviously they're not showing the face, but I do wonder, is there any chance that this is Sua? I don't think the hair color's right. I need to see Sua again now. I mean, even the suit, like, that could be the suit. That's the only character I could think of that we've met that this could be.
貴様が成果を出すのは当然だ。
Scum like you.
そのために高い金と多くの人材を提供しているのだからな。
実効性については理解しているよ。
I don't think that's the
この
voice,
数ヶ
though.
月だけでも我が会の信者が数倍に膨れ上がっているからね。
The church's followers have multiple... Bro, I can't with this game. What is happening? I know I've said that like 20,000 times, but what the fuck is going on in Chaos Head Noah? Now I'm getting scared of the Noah. We got talks of a church now. This seal ass shit. What the fuck is Nozomi? Why is there a fucking church? I was joking about a cult earlier. There's actually gonna potentially be a fucking cult. What the fuck is happening? We're talking about controlling biorhythms for all of Shibuya. What in the world?
それではプロジェクトノアは
No!
段階へと進ませます。
No!
よろしいですね。
Project No, I can't. I can't. Why is this some Evangelion shit? Project Noah. No. I'm not actually crying. But, like, this is not happening. What in the fuck is going on? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? God, there's so many things this episode could be called, but Project Noah might take the cake.
コードサンプルの件はどうするのだ。すでに3人分は確保したとはいえ、目標数値には達しておらんではないか。
What is any of this fucking sentence? Why is code capitalized? Why is code capitalized? I wonder if that has any... Honestly, when I see that, I think of Code Geass, but I'm scared that code's capitalized. I want to say, I'm trying to remember, I think it's the most recent one. I know, because I think I know the names of all the Saev games, and I want to say it's the most recent one that's anonymous code. I wonder if there's any connection there at all. I don't like that code's capitalized. We've obtained the samples of 3 people. What does that even mean? It wouldn't be people that got killed. I mean, if we're talking about people that potentially have the D swords, it would be FES, Sena, and then presumably the third one could maybe be Rimi, but Rimi is actually showing no signs of that. I mean, so far the only D swords we know about are FES and Sena.
いかにも数値達成のためには最低でも5人分はなければ厳しい。
5 samples at minimum. Okay, now this is Full Metal Alchemist. Gotcha.
サンプル保持者は集まりつつあります。
Sample
あとは
carriers.
採取するのみ。
Extraction. I'm assuming these are people that have the potential. I'm assuming whoever is on this list, I'm assuming it's all the people that can see the D swords, I guess.
ならばその件は任せる。
信仰の救いあれ。
What
くれ
the
ぐれも
fuck?
慎重にことを進めるように。
May the divine light save you? Bro, my mind is fucking exploding again. Dude, this game has so much shit that it's setting up. Like, what the fuck is this?
はい、心得ております。
Bro, is that the end of the chapter? Please. No. I'm never getting at it.
そろそろ寝るか。
Oh, we're about to get a Shogun thing. Oh, we might get the end of the chapter here, actually. I'm gonna keep playing. I'm just gonna keep going. This is gonna be a crazy episode. You guys got a really short episode last time, so I think I'm really trying to go to the end of the chapter here. Stifling a yawn, I looked at the clock on my PC. It was 5 a.m. I'd spent another entire day grinding on ESO, but no monsters had ended up dropping the rare items I was looking for. I'd been binging it for about 8 hours straight, but still no luck. Meh, that happened to me all the time, though. I glanced over the side of my computer desk. The D-sword I'd bought yesterday was still leaning against it. I had set it there within reach of me so I could grab it at any moment. Speaking of the sword, the damn thing hadn't glowed at all. I'd been hoping that it'd transform into some new badass form like the one Sena had, but I'd been similarly out of luck there too. On my monitor, Grimm's avatar had just leveled up. My Nightheart was already max level, so he wouldn't go any higher. It's probably about time to make a new character, my third after Lieselot, I thought to myself as I rubbed my sleepy eyes. EXP sure was something. It was a well-known concept in RPGs, but I figured EXP existed in real life too. I mean, it's literally experience points, so like, in essence... Back when I'd first started playing ESO, I'd been a total nobody who didn't know right from left, but now I was known far and wide as Lightning Fast Neidhart, the most powerful player in Baselard. This damn shot again. Let's say the person controlling me had lost a chunk of my EXP for some reason or another. If that happened, then it would make complete sense why I'd forgotten things. That could also be where the discrepancies in my memory had come from. Dude, it's every time he does the shot where we're focused on Neidhart, and it's like the gimmick where it's like, oh, I'm playing Neidhart, what if someone's playing me? That could also be where the discrepancies in my memory had come from. Things like Shogun and the Demon Girl. Before a chunk of my EXP got wiped, maybe it was perfectly normal for me, the person controlling me, to post in chat rooms under the handle Shogun. And for me to live like a complete normie with the Demon Girl. No, that just wasn't possible. But if it was possible, then maybe I used to possess an incredible power that would allow me to oppose the Demon Girl. Was I the only person who thought like this? I didn't really feel like it was a particularly weird way of thinking. Human beings could only really make judgments based on their own sense of values that they'd come up with themselves. So maybe it wasn't just me living my day-to-day life and making the wrong decisions, but everyone in the entire world. Damn. Whoa, that's actually crazy. That was shockingly wise. Also, is there any chance that Neidhart's sword is very similar to the fucking D sword that he has? That'd be crazy. That sword's really fucking long. But that was actually really wise. I don't really expect like nuggets of wisdom like that from Takumi's inner monologue of all things in this game. Like as cool and like trippy and out there and all over the place and awesome as this game's been, one thing I'm not expecting is really introspective stuff in Takumi's monologues. That was actually a really great sound bit. Back when I was little, I'd gone to the dentist, and I remember them telling me, you did such a good job putting up with that much pain. You were a very good patient. At the time, I thought I was amazing for making it through to the end, and I felt really proud of myself. Thinking back on it now, though, that comment was probably based on the degree of pain felt compared to the progression of the cavity. But even if the level of pain was the same, there would be people that could bear the pain, there would be people who couldn't. In other words, I came to realize how someone recognized and felt such sensations completely depended on the person. Childbirth, for example. I'd often seen on the internet that women could endure the pain of it, but it would be completely impossible for men. Another example would be marathon runners. Maybe they excelled not because of their physical strength, but because of their ability to endure pain. I mean, it's both, to a degree. There were also sadists and masochists. If there were people that found pleasure in being hurt, there would also be people that derived pleasure from hurting others, sure. In other words, I believe that the way people felt things, along with their ability to handle pain and suffering, all varied from person to person. Absolutely. This is a really interesting tangent, because this is kind of fascinating, honestly. I mean, like, some of what he's saying is obvious, but I still like his overall point's very interesting. Perhaps the level of pain and the toothaches and headaches I got from time to time actually far surpassed the limits of pain an ordinary person could take. If that were true, then perhaps if I'd passed the same pain on to someone else, the sheer agony would cause them to go into shock and die. Probably not. The conclusion I ended up coming to as a result of this line of thinking was more or less a self-righteous delusion that perhaps I was special. Hey, whatever you gotta do, man. At this point, I don't even blame you. You're unironically going through some shit.
っていうか、何を大げさな。
Although I denied it, I was sure that every person had delusions like this. Every man longs to be the strongest in the world. Every human being wants to think that they're special, that they're the chosen one. We're actually using that moniker here. We all want to think that a dramatic story full of twists and turns like the one you'd find in TV and movies is waiting for us in the future. I think you're literally living in one, bro. It just hasn't gone completely off the rails just yet. The so-called desire to be a hero, or to be blunt, textbook Chunibyo shit. Of course, even I had those kinds of desires. The funny thing is, I really don't have those desires. I'd rather engage in stories that tell those tales than actually have it myself. It could very well be my destiny to triumph over the demon girl. But if that really was my destiny and I had to make it come true, I'd need a number of conditions to be met first. At the very least, I absolutely need the ability to use cheats, be it cheat codes for special attacks or maybe even a god mode of some kind. I didn't want to deal with any pain or fear. Video game terminology, to modify game data using game-altering tools. In recent years, many video games have been equipped with cheats intentionally by the developers. Secret commands are one type of cheat code. Sure. If I couldn't cheat in some way, or in other words, if I was supposed to achieve that with my own power, there was no way I'd be able to do it. Which was why, if the person controlling me had lost all of my EXP, that would be a huge blow to me, a super effective one. Now he's going to drift off to sleep. Are we about to get Shogun? No, back to school. Okay, chapter just keeps going. I just barely got to school on time. It probably wasn't the best idea to stay up playing Vidya until early in the morning on a school night. I'd had to run in order to make it on time. When I got to the classroom door, I stopped and took deep breaths to try and catch my breath. And she's going to be there. It's going to be Rimi and Daisuke waiting to hang out with us. I couldn't act in a way that'd make me stand out to my classmates. For me, even something like being late would be fatal. If the Dokyun's eyes all zeroed in on me, my life would be over. Dun dun dun. Kind of a cool shot of people in the class. I slowly made my way into the classroom, keeping my head down. I couldn't let myself make eye contact with anyone. Of course, I didn't give a mindless greeting like good morning either. Trying to make my presence as undetectable as possible, I made myself invisible and turned toward my seat. That was how I always did things. But today was no different. I made it to my seat without any issue and sat down. Soon after, I laid my head and arms face down the desk, and from there I was safe until homeroom started. But I only got to relax for a split second before someone's hand clapped against my back. Daisuke or Rimi? I'm gonna say Daisuke, actually.
Yo, Taku.
Yeah.
今週は3回も学校来てんじゃねえか。真面目だな。
That's one way to put it. Azumi-kun again, even though he was really getting on my nerves, I'd feel bad if I ignored him, so I started to reluctantly raise my head only to hesitate. Was Mizumi-kun the real one? 2 days ago, I'd done what the demon girl told me to do and called him. When I talked to him, he'd been very clearly acting strange. I mean, he told me that Rimi was our classmate as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, which I hadn't expected at all. Maybe the demon girl had brainwashed him, or maybe it was something else. Maybe the person controlling him had been switched out. Ugh, crazy thoughts. But nothing's completely out of the realm in this universe.
おい、どうした?早くも爆睡モードか?
An electronic sound suddenly rang throughout the classroom. I felt a faint bright vibration near my chest. It was my cell phone. Shit, now of all times? What kind of asshole would call it a time like this? Not only was my phone going off, but even though I was sure I'd set it to vibrate, the ringtone was going off too. I guess I must have messed up the settings.
お、鳴ってるぞ、タク。
Yes, I know, goddammit. Should I just answer it? But if I did that, Mizumi-kun would know I was faking being asleep. Besides, I didn't like talking on the phone. Also, if I didn't pick it up, it would annoy the rest of the class, and considering how it was ringing loudly throughout the classroom, it had to be doing that already! I wasn't supposed to stand out. This was really, really bad.
おーい、出ないのか? マジで寝てる?
Damn it. While I'd been freaking out over what to do, I'd already lost my chance. I couldn't move now. Sound and vibration stopped. The call must have gone to voicemail. I let out a sigh of relief soft enough that Mizumi-kun wouldn't be able to hear it. It was definitely the right call for me to have figured out how to use the voicemail function.
なあ、タク。相手は誰だ?まさか女か?この前一緒に帰ったあのメガネの子だろ?そうなんだろ?
It would be so funny if you somehow got our phone number and actually was her. Damn it, you're so annoying. I just wanted him to stop bothering me. That phone call had already made me stand out way too much. Mizumi-kun always been this persistent? Though he had always been way too friendly with me, I thought he at least had the capacity to take a hint. It's gonna be Rimi.
やめなよ。
Yeah, buddy! Here comes our other best friend, apparently. I heard a voice from right next to Mizumi-kun.
そっとしておいてあげたら、大臣。
What the fuck is going on?
なんだか疲れてるみたいだし。
She was here in my classroom like it was the most normal thing in the world, because apparently it's the most normal thing in the world.
どうせゲームのやりすぎだろ。
Well, that you are right, actually.
お前、タクに甘すぎるぜ。
だって大臣は女の敵だし、そういう人には優しくしません。
You're the enemy of all of us, I swear. I mean, she's not entirely wrong, but it's pretty funny. They were having a friendly conversation like it was the most normal thing in the world. She was blending in like it was the most normal thing in the world. Trust me, bro. I don't care how unreliable of a narrator you might be. I'm there with you, man. I'm in this with you. We're in this together, Takumi. I was too scared to look up. I didn't want to acknowledge that she was there. This is a...
別にお前に優しくしてもらわなくても、俺には優しくしてくれる女はたくさんいるんだよ。
Wow. That's crazy. But also, I actually love how they're doing this scene. Ironically, with just a black screen and a few sound effects, but I love how they're doing this scene. It really, you could feel the tension of Takumi realizing that, seemingly, Rimi is here.
だから、そういう発言が良くないんだってば。彼女さんが聞いたら泣くよ。今の大臣の彼女が誰だかわかんないけど。
Damn.
ほら、チャイム鳴った。先生来るよ。
Had the demon girl really been my classmate all along? No, there was no way. She hadn't been here 2 days ago, or at the very least, the only person that'd spoken to me that day was Mizumi-kun. I hadn't gone to school yesterday, so I wasn't sure about that one. When I came today, she was here. How? How had she managed to worm her way in? Almost like she was always here. Everyone took their seats once the sound of the bell announced the start of homeroom. Sensing that, I looked up cautiously. Surveyed the room with just my eyes. I wanted the voice from earlier to have been just an illusion, or to prove that to myself, I need to make sure the girl was nowhere to be found in the classroom. I didn't see her. I didn't see anything that even remotely resembled her. Did that mean she really was a hallucination? Did she sit right behind us? Is there anyone behind us? My seat was in the 5th row from the front. There were 9 rows in total. She wasn't in any of the rows in front of me. Okay. Which meant she was behind me? I couldn't turn around. I couldn't allow myself to stand out. Bro, is she literally right behind us? Damn it, this was so frustrating. Was she really here in my classroom or not? I didn't feel chills on the back of my neck. No one was looking at me. I didn't feel a gaze. Was she here or not here? Which was it? Still staring at the surface of the desk, I tried to detect her by just her presence alone. And right as I tried, I heard my homeroom teacher enter the classroom. I didn't remember the teacher's name. I had a feeling that it was Sakaji or Sukata or at least something like that. He was a PE teacher that graduated from an athletic college, and he was a total musclehead. However, he didn't really act like it, nor did he employ corporal punishment like one might expect him to. If anything, he was the type of teacher that knew how to take a joke. For some reason, the class all started murmuring about something, but right now I was occupied with trying to detect the demon girl. Did I really expect to be able to sense her presence alone? This wasn't some manga. Was I an idiot?
今日から転校生が入ることになった。
Is this gonna be the girl that we saw that one time? My homeroom teacher mumbled that to the class. Oh, so that was why the room was so noisy.
ほら、折原、みんなに挨拶しろ。
Yeah, that's the girl. Orihara Kozui. I have her name written down with no notes. I didn't hear the supposed transfer student say anything. Was there really one here? I glanced toward the door. Oh no, the delusion. Immediately sees her, the delusions go crazy. Yeah, bro's deluding! He's deluding! I'm so curious to check all these delusions later. I mean, I'm sure I'll have to get them anyways to get, presumably, like, the other routes or whatever. Whatever this game, whatever the deal is with the delusion triggers. And sure enough, there was someone there. She was extremely petite, possibly even more so than Nanami. She looked fairly timid, emulating that Moe gets bullied all the time archetype. If I had to choose, she was probably around mid-tier when it came to 3D girls. For some reason, she was looking down at the floor, her eyes filled with tears. The scattered whispers grew into murmurs as the transfer student maintained her silence. So in order to comfort her, the teacher placed his hand on her shoulder. Okay, just take a quick note on Orihara here.
どうやら折原は緊張しているようだな。よし、挨拶はいい。みんな、この子は折原梢だ。仲良くしてやってくれ。折原、席は一番後ろだ。席についていいぞ。
Transfer student made her way to the back without saying a word, keeping her head low to the ground. And she had a tear in her eye. Her seat was 4 rows behind mine. Should I pretend to watch her so I could catch a glimpse of the people behind me? Problem was, that draw a lot of unwanted attention to myself. Didn't want any Dokuns trying to pick a fight, all don't go staring at her just because she's cute or some BS like that. I was at a loss for what to do. Should I look now or should I wait until class is over? My head still firmly pressed against my desk, I squeezed my fist tightly. Forget it, I was a coward. Just the thought that if I turned around, my eyes would meet with that girl sent shivers down my spine. Ugh.
この人、似てる。
Excuse me? Transfer student walked right by my seat. Taken aback, I glanced at her face. What the fuck? I then realized that without even thinking, I'd looked up. Okay, and she has a giant-ass fucking D-sword. Transfer student stopped at my desk, if only for a split second, but she didn't look at me. In that moment, however, I saw that she was carrying what looked like an enormous slab of raw iron, yes, and nobody's gonna notice. What the hell? When I blinked, the slab of iron was gone. What was that just now? Was my mind playing tricks on me?
同じクラスでよかった。
That was all she said. The transfer student then resumed walking, leaving my desk behind. That's crazy. Had she been talking to me? Is she like speaking? It seems like she's speaking to us telepathically. What the fuck is happening? Why had she talked to me out of nowhere like that? I was like her? She was happy we were in the same class? Do we know each other? No, definitely not. I'd never seen her before. Unless she meant to tell me she was some childhood friend who I'd completely forgotten about until now. Yeah, no, that only happened in Oroge. Was I actually becoming popular after all? I love how he keeps asking this question. Or maybe. Could the transfer student be one of the demon girl's underlings? I think you're closer there. If so, then the demon's net was closing around me even tighter. I was running out of places to hide. All my new fears and doubts zoomed through my mind at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour, and before I knew it, homeroom had ended. First period would begin in about 5 minutes. Mizumi-kun rushed over to the transfer student's desk. Knowing him, he was going to try to lay the moves on her. The other students were clearly interested in her too, and the room had grown louder than usual. At a glance, it may have seemed like a casual, peaceful, ordinary thing. But for me, it was like being caught deep within enemy territory. My heartbeat was growing crazy. Anxiety filled my head to bursting, and so much as lifting a finger felt like more than a one-man job. My brain was in the midst of a civil war, one side urging me to turn around, the other side warning me not to.
タク
And that's gonna be Rimi now. My breath caught in my throat. My mind went completely blank. A voice had come from directly behind me. She really was here. That girl really was here after all.
具合悪そうだけど平気
No, he's not. I needed to run. I needed to run away as fast as I could. Despite that, my legs were shaking so violently that I didn't think I could even stand. And while I was frozen solid, the demon girl, Sakihara Rimi, circled around to the front of my seat. And we're playing.
汗びっしょり風邪でもひいたんじゃない
Dude, stop playing the title theme, you... Like, it scares me every time I hear this damn title screen theme. I'm like, what in the world's happening now? You're covered in sweat. You're not sick, are you? Just like 2 days ago, she spoke as if she were concerned about me. Just like 2 days ago, she held out her floral-scented handkerchief. I didn't accept the handkerchief, hurriedly wiping the sweat from my forehead on my own.
なんで
何
I couldn't look her in the eye, but from how she spoke, I could tell she had a smile on her face.
ねえねえ、さっき何話してたの？
Remy crouched down, resting her chin on her hands. Now at eye level with me, she peered at my face. I quickly looked away. It felt like the anxiety would tear my heart right open at any moment. Damn it, why wouldn't she just let me go? Someone please help me.
すっごく気になる。
What was she talking about? Who was she asking me about?
転校生。
Mm-hmm. Could you also hear or could you somehow tell?
あの子がタクの机の横を通るときに小声でさ、ボソボソーっと。もしかしてあの子と知り合い？
Remy was still smiling. Was it just me, or was her tone more of a probing one than actual? Yeah, this is actually the first time where she's actually coming across really creepy, outside of obviously the crucifixion moment, whatever that was.
タクってリアルの女の子に興味ないんじゃなかったっけ？
You know what it is? She's giving off a tiny bit of yandere vibes. Which, again, she's not actually, like, showing, like, any... It's totally a vibe thing, right, at this point, but, like... Interesting. I don't know, I just, all of a sudden, I kind of got that vibe. It might be this music, though. It might be the heartbeat and the freaking title theme playing that's making me paranoid. I thought you weren't into real girls is also a great line.
もしかして本当は興味あるの？
Oh shit. She's calling you out. Where was she going with this? Was her plan to probe me for personal information and exploit it for her own gain? At the end of the day, I really didn't give a damn about 3D girls, just like I always said in that sour voice of mine.
じゃあさ、私にも実は興味あったりする？
What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Okay, now she is creeping me out. Like, what the fuck? And yeah! Literally at the same time, bro! Like, an icy chill ran down my back. Despite having just wiped the sweat up my forehead, I could feel moisture all over it. Was that a threat? Or could it be that she was inviting me to become her ally? Or maybe she intended to seduce me, acting all moe so she could lure me into a trap? All sorts of alarm bells were going off in my head. I shouldn't be talking to the demon girl anymore. If I did, I'd be signing my own death warrant.
タク？
I'd hit my breaking point. In a panic, I stood up and dashed for the exit, knocking into several desks on my way out. Yikes. That's kind of dramatic. Okay, he's literally just running away. Running to the roof. Okay. I ran straight up the stairs without looking at anyone and came out on the empty roof. It didn't seem like she'd chase me. Even so, I couldn't allow myself to relax just yet, so I hugged my knees and decided to hide for a little while in the shadows. Gotta have a cliche Japanese school roof scene, because this is like an anime-adjacent thing, a visual novel here. My knees were trembling. I couldn't believe that I'd managed to run in this condition. I guess it just showed how desperate I was. I was tired of this reality. Oh, okay. Okay, we're getting into the deep shit now. The D-sword I'd gone out on my way to buy hadn't been useful in the slightest. I obviously couldn't bring it to school with how much it'd stand out either. I'd been careless. 2 days ago, when Mizumi-kun told me that Remy was our classmate, I figured that he was either spewing some bullshit or just outright deluding himself. She really was my classmate, or at the very least, she had become one. There was no point in trying to figure out how she'd managed to worm her way in. She was a demon. She could do things that humans were incapable of with ease. I love how he's just like, it has to be her demonic powers. Maybe she'd brainwash my whole class, or maybe she'd brainwash all the teachers instead. I couldn't go to the hospital anymore, and now I couldn't go to school either. Meanwhile, Yua was at Cafe, and Shogun always appeared online. Is he about to try to kill himself? I mean, he said he's sick of this reality. The demon girl and her underlings were no doubt getting closer and closer to me, continually hitting me with psychological attack after psychological attack as they did it. Maybe I shouldn't leave my base at all anymore. There were enemies in danger at every turn in reality. They had disturbed me and threatened my peace, even though all I wanted was to live a quiet life, bothering nobody and being bothered by nobody. I looked up at the blue sky. It floated calmly above me as the wind blew white clouds across its breath. How nice would it be if I could become one of those clouds? Huh. How interesting. Around 3 hours had passed. He just stayed there. I'd stayed in the same place the entire time without moving. I didn't sense anyone else coming up at the moment. I could finally breathe. The problem, however, was what came after. During break, there would always be students that would come up here to eat lunch. That was why the best way out of this was to escape during fourth period and make a break for the base. It'd mess up my minimum attendance chart, but I didn't possess even a single ounce of courage that allowed me to return to the classroom where the demon girl was. I decided not to worry about the fact that I'd left my bag in the classroom. All I had in there were textbooks. My wallet, my keys, and anything else important would be in my uniform pockets, I hoped. Growing slightly nervous, I searched my pocket. Wallet, keys, cell phone, they were all there. That was when I remembered that someone had called me. I'm pretty freaked out at the time, but not as much as when Rimi had talked to me. I couldn't think of anyone who'd call besides my family. It would make the most sense if it was Nanami. She never thought about whether she might be bothering me after all. The only other people who'd know this number would be... Oh wait, that's right, I'd given it to those detectives. If it'd been one of them, I really should have picked up. They still hadn't sent the officers to my base like they said they would, so I really needed to talk to them to make sure that was still happening. Yeah, because they don't know your address. Unless they found it. Is that the same number as before? As the other call that you didn't answer? Caller's phone number was displayed on the screen. It didn't seem to be Nanami's, and when I looked closer, I saw that I had a new voicemail. I had the vague feeling that I'd seen this number before. Just in case, I checked the call history. Yeah, it was that other one. Interesting, there's a delusion trigger here. Really? There's a delusion trigger here? Wow. That's interesting. This is a weird spot for a delusion trigger. There were only 5 calls on the list, which meant that since I'd bought the cell phone, I'd only received 5 calls, 3 of which were from Nanami. I left 2 others. The one from earlier today and the one from 5 days ago were shown as numbers instead of names, and they hadn't been registered in my address book. They were both from the same number. 03X733X991. I wonder if that's like a weird Chaos Head Syav thing, or if that's like an actual, like, number thing at the time. Considering they had gone out of their way to leave a message, it was probably someone who really wanted to tell me something. I swear to God, he's gonna listen to this message, it's gonna say, whose eyes are those eyes? It's gonna be the end of chapter 3, and I'm gonna rage. I swear if that's actually what happens, I am Nostradamus. Okay, we got past our delusion trigger. Who was it? Maybe it really was the police. It couldn't be Mizumi-kun or the demon girl. They'd both been right in front of me when I'd gotten the call. So if it wasn't, then the only other possibility would be Yua? But she shouldn't have known my phone number, and besides, there was nothing else for us to talk about. Time to just get it over with and listen to it. I examined my surroundings, making sure the demon girl wasn't there, then put the phone up to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。新しいメッセージは1件です。
Cool.
1件目、10月17日金曜日午前8時28分の伝言です。
The fuck?
なんぞこれ。
Yeah. Dude, why is this game so fucking weird? Instead of someone's voice, there was an incredibly familiar melody. Felt like the sound was being recorded from a short distance away from the phone. Maybe the person on the other end was near a pedestrian signal? The song being played was one you'd hear pretty often at crosswalks. It was used in order to let people with visual disabilities know when it was okay to cross. The song was a nursery rhyme called You May Pass, also known as Torianse. While there were a lot of people that knew the melody, there weren't many who knew the lyrics. Oh, and I was one of them, actually. I'd memorized them back in middle school. Then again, it wasn't like I remembered them perfectly now. What the fuck? You may pass, you may pass. Where shall this narrow path take us to? It is the path to Tenjin Shrine. Please, oh please, will you let us pass? Those with no business will not be let through to celebrate the 7 years of this child's birth. We have come with an offering. Going may prove easy, but returning is... Huh. But returning is wee-oo, was what I heard from the phone. It sounded like an ambulance, but felt like kind of a bad omen. It's like it really didn't actually mean anything, but still made me feel pretty creeped out. I wonder if this was a call from the new gen killer as they were committing maybe the 5th murder. Second after the traffic signal melody got cut out, an extremely loud noise that sounded like a buzzer exploded from the speakers. It was so ridiculously loud that I automatically shot the phone away from my ear. When I cautiously brought the phone back to my ear, the voicemail had already stopped playing. What was that? Right at the end there, I thought I just barely heard a roaring noise. It sounded like the ground itself was rumbling. Buzzer sound was completely separate from the pedestrian signal melody. Considering how loud it'd been, the only thing I could think of was that the phone's receiver had been deliberately put up next to whatever had made that noise. It does kind of come off as a prank, but given all the crazy shit happening to you and surrounding you lately, I doubt that was a prank. My heart began to pound. Had I done something to make someone hate me enough to do that? Who'd even call me in the first place? I could call them back by dialing the number displayed on my phone, but there was no way I'd be able to call back a prank caller. In the end, all I could do was just leave it. Besides, I was stuck in the middle of a situation far worse than any prank call. I returned my phone to my pocket and ever so carefully left the school, making sure to pay close attention to my surroundings as I escaped. Another transition, and a new shot that I don't recognize. The elementary school, huh? And this is also a, transition to presumably the omnipotent narrator. Nishido Chakumi's alma mater, Kitazawa Second Elementary School, was about a 5-minute walk from the private train station. Ban Yasuji had attempted to contact Takumi's elementary school teacher over the phone, only to be told that they had unfortunately passed away. Interesting. Left with no other choice, Bon... Yeah, it is Bon. I was calling him Bomb, I think, because of my note. It wasn't clear when I wrote his name. There we go. It's more obvious now. Bon had decided to set up a meeting to speak with the person who had answered the phone instead, the head teacher, Kamio. Not long after, he had arrived at the school together with his partner. As it was a Saturday, the school gate was closed. The two detectives, Bon and Suwa, stopped in front of it and turned their attention toward the school building. I really want to see the front of Suwa's face, or hair and stuff. The white walls of the school's exterior had been painted with a brightly colored, eye-catching mural. Due to his complete lack of knowledge on paintings or any other kind of fine art, Bon had no idea what it signified, but the way the spiral-shaped mural transitioned vertically into an array of 7 different colors reminded him of a rainbow. As Bon stared at the mural, cooling himself with his handheld fan, his partner Suwa pushed the intercom button next to the school gate. Suddenly, Bon looked around. He had a feeling that someone was watching him. There was a gaze that seemed to follow him everywhere, leaving him quite discomfited. Whose eyes are those eyes? Bon is also somebody who feels that? Interesting.
俺ってそんなにかっこいいか?
He attempted to strike a casual pose, one that aimed to be dandy and refined.
先輩、何変なポーズしてるんすか?
No, I don't think that's the guy. The hair is a little like... Yeah, Yeah. I feel like I'd have to side-by-side it, but I mean, the jacket, it seems like it's the right color, though. His suit coat thing. He thought some kids were watching him.
裏門の方に通用口があるんで、そっちに回ってくれって。
Bond retired from his pose with a sigh and headed toward the back of the building. Interesting. The staff room was easy to find. As soon as they entered through the side door, all they had to do was travel down the rear entrance hallway and turn at a single corridor to arrive at the room. There was, of course, no sign of children in the school, although it was likely a mere illusion created by the smooth linoleum floor. The two detectives felt far colder inside the building than they had outside. There were 3 teachers in the staff room. Upon seeing the 2 detectives enter the room, one of the 3 stood up and bowed. The man who stood up was named Kamio. His mostly white hair was parted to the side, and he greeted the 2 of them with a gentle smile. Bon and Suwa showed their police badges to him almost simultaneously, returned his greeting briefly, then immediately approached the topic at hand. It was Suwa's job to ask the questions.
ここの卒業生である西條匠くんについて教えていただきたいんですが。
彼のことは印象に残っています。私は担任ではなかったから詳しくとなると無理ですが、それでも構いませんか。
Suwa nodded, taking out his notebook and preparing to write everything down.
西條くんはどんな子だったんですか？
難しい子だと聞いていました。特殊だと。
Yeah, sure.
特殊？
本来なら他の生徒に混ざって勉強するのはとても困難な、病気を患っていたらしく。
具体的には？
そこまで私が言ってしまっていいのかどうか。ご家族なり医師なりに聞いていただけますか。
Schools had recently begun adopting this approach, where they would avoid any issues that may prove difficult for them. Make sense? They refused to take part in anything that may earn them complaints from parents or any other parties. Such practices made it incredibly difficult for the police to do their jobs.
担任の先生はなんで亡くなったんです？
事故です。遠足の最中、乗っていたバスが陥没した道路に。
Yep. The famous field trip incident.
あ、自分それ知ってるっす。ニュースでやってたっすよね。
Yep.
子供たちは怪我をしただけで、幸い命は助かったのですが、斉藤先生だけが犠牲になってしまい、なんともやりきれない思いです。
Mr. Saito.
西條くんもその事故に巻き込まれた。
In response to Bond's question, Kamio shook his head lightly.
あの子は当日欠席していて、バスには乗っていませんでした。
欠席の理由は？
病が悪化したと聞いたような覚えがありますが。
Bond, too, had a faint recollection of the accident. For multiple days following the incident and the short glimpses Bond caught of the news, he would always see the media swarming the house of the sole boy who had not been involved in it.
あれは悲しい事故だったんですよ。
Yeah, keyword on accident. For some reason, while Kamio was repeating himself, he placed a strong emphasis on the word accident. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on with this game? Okay, back to our boy. Dude, I'm just all in. I'm just gonna keep going and going and going. I started talking with Grim a lot more before booting up ESO recently, to the point where it was becoming almost like a ritual. Never really mattered what we talked about. We'd trade interesting or funny at-channel threads, go off about porny shit, wreck each other new comics, talk about the anime from the day before, other various dumb stuff. Sounds fun. I don't know what... Go off about porny shit is a crazy line, but that's pretty funny. Funnily enough, we didn't actually talk about ESO very much, but that was just because we already talked about it a lot while we were playing it. Oh, here we go. This cursed chat. Has there been some weird-ass pranks going around recently? Not a lot to go off there. Deets, please. Deets, please. Short for further details, please. Used when an online user wants to get more detailed information on a subject. I don't know, I just heard about it from someone I know. Don't know if it's actually a fad or some shit. It's like... there's a recording of a weird sound and you get that as a voicemail or something. Oh, what? Like a moe voice whispering sweet nothings to you? Lol, lol. The fuck? Lamau? What a rogue is that from? I mean, wouldn't you rather them just do that to you in person, lol? No one cares. Now whose fucking eyes are those eyes? And of course that's gonna make him feel weird to hear that, but as we know, that's become like a buzz line, in a kind of a buzz term to just sprinkle in a, you know, to reference the goat SpongeBob SquarePants. It's kind of a sentence enhancer. Grim was still saying that. Thanks to that, I started to feel awful pretty much immediately. Not to mention he was really talking really weird in chat to the point where it felt fairly forced. Like he was trying way too hard to be funny by shoving those words in. Or at the very least, I didn't find it funny. In fact, it felt more cringy than anything. Yeah, it's like you guys, that's all you guys are. But I couldn't let myself get angry with him until I'd gotten my info about the prank, so I was forced to put up with it. Okay, so it sounds like the sounds of a wild otaku freak fapping then, lel? Okay, that's too far. But in all seriousness, they play You May Pass. You May Pass? What, like the song? The one that plays at crosswalks and shit? Yeah, that one. And then while it's playing, it'll get cut off halfway and swap to a buzzer-like sound. Apparently the volume is ear rape tier. So yeah, ever heard of a prank like that? I wonder if we got a thing for ear rape. No. That's the kind of thing you'd find floating around at channel, right? Yesterday I'd gotten a voicemail with a mysterious buzzer sound. I had no idea who'd sent it, and the contents unsettled me for some reason, which is why I decided to try and ask Grim if he knew about it. If it was just a simple prank, I could just forget about it. I guess he would know. What? You said huh before there was a response. Why'd you make that worried huh? Grim wasn't responding. Why was he being silent? Hello? Grim went AFK. Dude, did Grim send it? Did you die? Still no response. Grim didn't usually fall asleep like this. In fact, this was the first time it ever happened. If he actually had fallen asleep, then I guess I'd just log off. We'd meet up again later in ESO anyways, so I could just bring it up again then. But the second I thought that and began to get up from my chair... Keep you waiting, huh? I was sifting through @channel, was looking for stuff about your prank. Oh, so that was why he disappeared. That meant that even the oh-so-well-informed Grim hadn't known about the prank. No matter how many threads or boards or whatever I searched, I found nothing. Not on @channel, nor anywhere on the net. So would that mean that whoever had pulled that prank had some sort of personal grudge against me? I was still curious about the true identity of the caller, but I wasn't brave enough to call them back. Wait, that's it. Since I knew the phone number, that meant I could have someone else call it for me. That way they could take the fall. Best person for the job would be either Nanami or Mizumi-kun. Wait, Mizumi-kun may have been brainwashed by the demon girl, so that wouldn't work. As for Nanami, however, I was sure I'd have no trouble asking her to do it. She'd probably get pissed at me afterward, but who gives a shit? Hell, if anything, it'd be good for her to suffer the tortures of society every once in a while. I thank Grim for his help. Promise that I meet back up with him on ESO in a few hours and close the chat. Right as I did so, I felt my stomach growl. Man, I was hungry. Did I have any cup ramen stocked anywhere? Always gotta have some cup ramen around. Tried looking around for a bit, but I couldn't find any. Reluctantly, I decided to head to the convenience store to buy some. Are we actually gonna be in the kombini? That'd be legendary. Kombini scene, please. Give it to me. Not quite. The sun was already setting. I wanted to avoid going out late at night as much as possible, because every time I did recently, nothing good ever came of it. I unconsciously started walking faster, hurrying down the road toward the convenience store. Oh? Today was a Saturday, so I expected to run across a ton of pedestrians, but I hadn't encountered a single one so far. Oh no. Why do I feel like we're about to run into Crucifixion Part 2, but it's not going to be a crucifixion? All the stores that should have been open were closed, which kind of weirded me out. Yeah. What the fuck's going on? Maybe I was just confused. Like, maybe I thought it was 7 p.m. when it was actually 2 a.m.? Yeah, like that ever happened. Phooey! This is creepy. But even so, it was way too quiet. I could barely hear any of the normal city noises you'd expect. The aura the city was giving off was different than usual. Oh, it's a Lawson's. Lanso, it's a Lawson's. There's so yeah, because if for anyone who knows, the big three of konbinis in Japan are Lawson's, 7-Eleven, and Family Mart, I believe. I believe it's Family Mart. But yeah, Lanso, so it's supposed to be a Lawson's. I arrived at the Shinsen Station convenience store. It was right in front of the train station, yet there wasn't a single person here either. I was starting to get more and more freaked out. The sudden disappearance of something I'd taken for granted was enough to make me feel like I'd been transported to a completely different world. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, too. On a normal day, I would always avoid running into or talking to other people, but all I wanted right now was just to see another person's face. I burst inside the convenience store. There has to be someone working here, I thought to myself as I looked around the store. Interesting, there's a delusion trigger here, huh? There's no one here. I'm so curious about these, I'm not gonna lie. It's so tempting. There were no customers, nor any employees.
Masaka.
This couldn't be happening. An employee had to be in the back. If I were to just bring something up to the register, they should come out right after. So I decided to leisurely grab a box lunch, pretend to flip through a manga magazine while I was at it, and then come up to the counter and set the box down. Nothing, huh? No one's coming out. I tried restlessly looking around the store. No one's coming out. I took out my wallet to make sure I had change. No one's coming out. I picked up the box lunch and set it down again, making a small noise. No one's coming out. I couldn't get myself to call out, "Excuse me," or anything like that. I couldn't even if there was no one here. No one's coming out. I thought about testing to see what would happen if I tried to leave without paying, but then I decided that it wasn't worth the risk of getting arrested. No one's coming out. The employee must have gone to take out the trash. No one's coming out. Oh, this is creepy. Or they were checking the inventory in the warehouse out back. No one's coming out. After enough time had passed, I started feeling scared, so I put the box lunch back on the shelf and left the store. What in the fuck is going on? Yeah, I feel like... Yeah. The bigger the city, the creepier it is if it's completely empty. I opted to go to the railroad crossing located right next to the station. From there, I was able to see the Shinsen Station platform. There was no way a place like that would be deserted, right? That was what I'd hoped, but there was no one there. Yeah, now he's desperate. It was always whose eyes are those eyes. Now he's desperate for any eyes on him. I waited for a train to come. Once that happened, there would be a bunch of passengers that would get off. But even if no one got off, I'd definitely see people riding the train as it passed in front of me. Is the train going to pass by with no one, or is there just never going to be a train? I don't know which one would be creepier. Even after 10 minutes, a train still hadn't come. I tried to convince myself that there must have been an accident or something that messed with the schedule, but there was no sign of any passengers on the platform. It was then that I finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was weird. This was really, really weird. That's it. I'll go to Shibuya Station. There absolutely had to be people there, no doubt about it. There were people in front of Shibuya Station 24/7 without fail. I broke into a run without thinking. This would be a cool scene in the in like full anime form. I ran as hard as I could. I didn't want to stop even if I was out of breath. It was probably the first time in my life that I'd ever run so hard. As I ran, I hoped that this was just some sick dream I was having, but I knew it wasn't. My heart and lungs felt like they were about to explode. The pain was far beyond what you could feel in a dream. It surprised me how unbelievably fast I was breathing. And yet, no matter how much I inhaled, the pain refused to go away. What is the end game here? I feel like that's my question about like 12 different things in this story. But like, what in the world is going on? This game really builds a mystery well, and by mystery, I mean a bunch of mysteries. As I kept running down Dogenzaka, I finally saw 107. By the time I did, my legs were already shaky. My body felt extremely heavy. Even so, I forced my feet to keep moving. I no longer had it in me to pay attention to my surroundings. The entirety of my consciousness was focused on Scramble Crossing, the symbol of Shibuya. It's going to be completely empty. I also can't wait, because, like, either that or he's going to run into one of the potatoes. Almost there, just a little bit farther. The second I passed 107, it'd be right there. The largest in Japan. It was the place where the largest number of people in Japan came together all at once. That was why I had to get to Scramble, Yep. Dude, fucking deserted, man. Empty. Creepy, bro. Power Lines is starting November 24th. I wonder if the game will make it that far. That was the state of Shibuya Station, which I could see from the Y junction running in front of 107. A world without sound. A world that felt dead. A place which had always been flooded with overwhelming sound, now ruled by silence. The sounds of silence. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heavy breathing. Dude, this is awesome. I fell to my knees in the middle of the large street. I couldn't walk another step. The shock had stolen every last ounce of strength from my body.
Shibuya daro.
Oh, it's Shibuya, all right. There was no one to my left, to my right, in front of me, behind me. There was no one anywhere. Even though 7 p.m. on a Saturday night was when Shibuya should have been the most crowded. What was going on? This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and cradled my head. This was a dream, an illusion. This couldn't be reality. But what's the reality? You know, if you were God, what would you dream of? What would you wish for, right? Yes, it was true that I wanted to live a quiet and peace. Bro was right. Wow, bro actually hit me with that before I could even say it. I wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life all by myself. I didn't want anyone to interfere with me, and I didn't want to get involved in anything. That didn't mean I wanted to live in a world where no one existed. If no one else existed, who would pay for my living expenses? You wouldn't have living expenses, bro. No one else existed. Who would make boxed lunches for me to eat? That's fair. If no one else existed, who would play ESO with me? That's a really good point. No one else existed. A sound. I'd heard a sound. It hadn't come from me. It'd been from someone else. Someone was here. Someone other than me was nearby. This is like some this is like some Dark Hours shit. Like, it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of in that vein right now. Like, what is happening? I feel like I had been saved. As I'd thought, it was just a coincidence. It only appeared like there was no one here. In truth, no one had disappeared. I wasn't the only one left in the world. Is it gonna be Remy? I was so relieved that I almost started crying. I turned my gaze toward the sound. It's someone in a wheelchair in the middle of the fucking street. What in the world? It was a boy in a wheelchair. Okay, that's kind of weird. This is some horror shit if I've ever seen it. A short distance away from me, though still in the middle of the intersection, he sat quietly in place. Couldn't quite figure out how old he was. If I had to guess from his size alone, I'd say he looked like he was in elementary school. Is this gonna be us? Is this gonna be a younger version of us? Is this just a nightmare? Like, he was wearing his hat so low that I couldn't see his expression very well. But...
Yatto. Aeta ne.
What the fuck? I could hear the boy's voice extremely clearly. It felt like he was whispering directly into my ear, which made me turn around. Of course, there was no one there.
これどうなってるんですか?
Even though he was younger than me, I ended up speaking formally to him.
どうして誰もいないのか? 君は理由を知ってますか? 知ってるよ。
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Despite how young his voice sounded, there was nothing childish about it.
それより
What the fuck?
僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた？
Ah. What the fuck? It was a fucking phone call. It was a fucking message. It was a voice. It was fucking... Why do these weird connections keep coming up with fucking things I can relate to? The other thing that these fuckers made. Message? What message? I had no idea what he was talking about.
誰だ君は。
Boy moved his wheelchair forward slightly. The wheelchair was old, and it made a rusty sound as it came closer to me.
その目誰の目？
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. It's the guy. It's like, I've been watching you. They're my eyes. That's...
でしょ？
Oh, fuck. I was confused. Why had he murmured whose eyes are those eyes just now? Who was he? Unless he's the new gen killer, but I assume it's not that. I assume, if anything, it's like, I don't fucking know, younger version of himself, or literally the person always watching you, quote unquote.
目覚めるんだ。早く。
Like it's a dream. Or are we talking about an awakening of a completely different time? Awakening like your girl, like Sarah, an awakening where you become whatever fighter in this, like, salvation thing.
出ないともっとたくさんの人が死んじゃうことになるから。
Oh, shit.
君は一体。
I rubbed my eyes to wipe away my tears, and because of that, I was finally able to get a clear look at the boy's face. Holy shit! What the fuck? That was a little creepy. That was a little bit of a jump scare. Oh, that is disturbing. Literally all skin and bones. And now they've started playing this fucking theme again. The boy wasn't a boy. His skin was covered with wrinkles like an old man. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets had sunken into an abnormal extent. His pupils were cloudy. He had no eyebrows. His body was as small as a child's.
僕は将軍だよ。
Holy shit. Holy fuck. It's his split personality. What the fuck? I have fucking chills. They're gonna end the fucking chapter there. Oh, no, they're not. Oh my god, no, they're not. Yo, I know I said it like 20 times, but I kind of forgot the chapter was called Shogun. We're still in chapter 3. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My head felt like it'd been struck by a hammer. The ground was shaking violently. No, my body was falling over. I shot my hands out onto the asphalt to keep myself upright. What did he just said? I'm Shogun. Shogun. He was Shogun?
忘れないで。
Don't forget.
君は逃げちゃいけない。
Oh my god, it's Evangelion! It's literally Evangelion! What the fuck? I lifted my head and watched his Shogun, who had already turned his back to me, left Scramble Crossing. His wheelchair was getting farther and farther away, making a creaking sound as it moved. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The thought of chasing after him and pressing him for answers didn't even cross my mind. I didn't think of running up and punching him in the face for dragging me into this either. I wasn't even remotely a confrontational person. My head started to hurt, the area around my temples throbbed with pain. Still cowering on the spot, I tried to endure it. In the world without sound, a discordant noise began to spread, an all-encompassing static. Whose voice was that? I assume Remy, but I mean... Oh, there's the static. Bro, don't look at me. What the fuck is happening? Did he get hit by a car? What had previously been just a random discordant mess of garbled static gradually turned into a real voice. Someone gently placed a hand on my shoulder. Did he, like, pass out? Did he, like, black out and, like, have this, like, awakening, quote unquote, with his fucking his alter ego, his DID, like his other personality.
邪魔なんだっつうの。
何してんだろうね。
What?
最近の若いもんは。
They're in the street. They're in the middle
な
of
ん
the
かの
street.
パフォーマンスじゃないの？
No.
タク。
While still trying to endure the pain of my headache, I looked up. Yeah, because you're in Shibuya. Yeah, you're in... Yeah, the demon girl, Rimi, was peering at my face and she stood over me. Yeah, because this is the fucking... Yeah, like literally the middle of... This is the middle of... This is literally the heart of Japan. Like, literally the heart of, like, all of Japan when you really think about it. This is, like, one of the most populated, like, spots in the world. Eyes that were clear and full of life. Eyes that looked at me and only me. Again, this girl had appeared out of nowhere once again.
歩ける？歩いて。
She wrapped her hand under my arm and tried to make me stand up. I shrieked and shook her off. I came to my senses and looked around. I was still in the middle of the street, but it wasn't deserted anymore. There were people around me in every direction, walking every which way without paying me any mind. Rimi, with a face that looked like she was about to cry, reached out to me once more.
今は私の言うことを聞いて。夜だ!
When I screamed, the throbbing in my head transformed into an intense stabbing pain. Even so, I ignored it, scrambling back on all fours to try and get away from Rimi.
お前だろお前が見せたんだお前の妄想だ
These bros losing it.
僕の心を支配して精神攻撃をこの悪魔めお前なんて剣で殺してやるベースに帰れば僕には理想
Oh, she slapped him. An abrupt impact ran through my cheek. It stung with pain and it began to heat up. She'd slapped me. She was going to kill me once and for all. Scurrying back on all fours, I tried as hard as I could to escape with my life. But Rimi quickly grabbed my hand. With strength I never thought a girl could have, she pulled me toward her. Yep. And embraced me. Her soft form gently enveloped my own. It was so warm. I could smell a tiny hint of sweat. Her silky hair tickled the tip of my nose.
しっかりして。
With such an anticlimax, my whole body felt like it was about to give out.
ここにいたら危ないよ。
Oh man. I don't even know what to make of this, but like, I'm feeling the moment, but I'm like also just at such a loss for what the fuck is happening in this story in like the best way possible. By the way, this is a mindfuck of a story, and you know I love me a good mindfuck story. Her voice was slightly shaky. I couldn't tell if she was crying or not.
信号赤になっちゃってるから。
The lights. Oh, yeah. We literally have to get out of the street. Yeah. I was so confused. Was she not going to kill me? Why was she helping me? The hallucination from before, where all the people of Shibuya disappeared, wasn't something she'd forced me to see. I think it was something your other self forced you to see, if anything. When I felt such a kind, gentle warmth, when she'd embraced me so innocently, it shook everything I had believed up until that point. Because that's what Shogun's trying to do. It's literally his subconscious, in a sense, right? Like his other personality, trying to tell him that he needs to stop this. Because somehow he can stop the next gen, or the new generation. He can stop the new gen, apparently. And that's what Shogun has been trying to tell him. It shook everything I had believed up until that point. Could it be that Sakihara Rimi wasn't actually a demon at all? Or was it foolish to believe that? What if this was just a cunning way to deceive me? I'm just gonna break those walls down. Regardless, one thing was for sure. With Rimi hugging me, I felt an incredible sense of relief. I had no idea what to call such a strange sensation. Upon letting go of me, Rimi put my face between her hands, then stared at me once again. Her eyes were slightly red.
お願い。今は私についてきて。
What do you got to lose, man?
いい？
At this point, for some reason, I nodded. Dude, the music's going crazy right now. Chiyoharu's cooking now. Oh, man. We were standing still, alone in the middle of the empty intersection. A number of people on the sidewalk waiting for the pedestrian signal to change were watching us closely. We could hear a few people laughing here and there. Many cars had their headlights trained on us and were starting to honk their horns. Rimi grabbed my hand tightly and started running toward the sidewalk. She pulled me along with her and I followed. With countless horns blaring at us, we made it to the sidewalk. Rimi breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. My hand was still in hers. Just being held in this way made my heart feel more and more at ease. I wanted to submit myself to this feeling. I wanted to stay like this forever. Rimi turned back in my direction.
無事でよかったね。
She smiled an incredibly happy smile. I didn't know whether it was real, an act, or what exactly it was, but does it even fucking matter at this point? But
話してよ。
because I had been so hostile to her until now, because I had thought of her as a demon until now, if I let her win me over like this, I felt like I'd cease being myself. Yep. Oh my god, the writing is really fucking good! Oh my god, it's so, like, there's such a succinct vision for what this character, Nishijo Takumi, is, and there's such a, like, core understanding of this character, and I guess this tracks because, you know, there certainly was that for Okabe Rintaro in Steins Gate. Again, you know, I've only seen the anime, haven't played the visual novels yet. We're gonna do all the Sayav stuff in order, but it makes so much sense that, like, because, like, at your core, if you can understand your protagonist on such a profound level that you can write a character like this, because, like, Takumi is, like, one of the worst characters, like, in terms of just being an absolute, like, asshole. He's honestly up there for, like, one of the most unlikable characters I've ever seen in fiction, which is saying a lot, especially for a protagonist. I do want to specify for a protagonist, because typically you want to make your protagonist likable, or, you know, sometimes they're meant to be more of a vessel for the player. I would argue that this guy is neither of those things, and he's so almost laughably awful. And, like, but actually seeing just how pained, just how much this guy suffers just in his everyday life, just how hard it is for him to just exist, and watching him, you know, slowly fight against that, overcoming those issues, but also, like, fighting it at every turn, you know, because of his insecurities, it really is like such a compelling character story for Takumi. And then you add in the fact that the actual, like, plot of Chaos Head is all over the fucking place with weird esoteric bullshit and mindfuckery that is so up my alley. But the story they're telling with Takumi, like, I feel like it's gonna be one of these things where, like, I don't know if Takumi will actually be my favorite character at the end of all this, but I feel like it's going to be hard to argue he's not the best character. And I feel like there will be people that argue it because they just don't like him. But I feel like, I mean, just for what we've already experienced in the game, with God knows how much more Chaos Head left to play, this is such a compelling character. Oh my god. Like, he won me over from the start by being, like, literally the worst person ever. So I was like, oh my god, this is so ridiculous. I'm, like, kind of, he's actually quite engaging. But, like, actually going through this tale of, you know, tragedy and hopefully triumph, and like, the way that he suffers through things is, like, it's something else, man. And, like, I feel like a line, like, if I let her win me over like this, I felt like I'd cease being myself, is such a like, it's such a line that tells you that, like, the writing behind this character and this story gets it. Like, they understand what we're trying to do here. And it's like, it's lines like that that hit different. They really do.
Oh, ごめんごめん。
No, there's her ta. Yeah, I didn't even put that together. Like, she does the ta, because that's the second or third time at least that she said ta ha ha. That's like her fu hee hee, in a way. Just quickly let go of my hand.
それにしてもびっくりした。タクが道の真ん中でうずくまってるんだもん。
I just thought of something. No, because everyone else played into it. For a second, I was like, is there any chance that Remy is just not real? But, like, no, there's no way they're gonna do that. But I was, like, thinking for a second, I was like, there's so much of this delusion. She just really did, like, show up and, like... But that also would lean more into the idea that he actually is he actually was involved in the crucifixion, and his mind was, like, protecting himself, which I doubt that's the case, but there's always a chance, I suppose.
信号が赤になった時はどうなることかと。
I turned my back to Remy as she started talking cheerfully. I walked off, pushing my way through the crowd of people.
僕、帰る。
じゃあ送るよ。具合悪いんでしょ。
Mm-hmm. Her voice chased me from behind, but I shook my head in refusal.
タク。
The cheerfulness from before had vanished from her voice. I felt terrible considering how much she had done to help me, so I...
ありがとう。
Dude, the fucking voice acting, man. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is a fucking, like I said, I am already starting to feel things for this character that are reminding me of like Shinji Ikari. And like I'm starting to get emotional, man. Like, I feel like this game's gonna fucking destroy me. Like, this episode is obviously, like, one, it's the longest episode of the series. I've just decided to say, fuck it, I'm just going until this fucking chapter ends. I think it's gotta be about to end, especially because it was called Shogun and we had that big Shogun moment. God, so much happened in this fucking episode. Just barely managed to squeeze out those words. Yeah, that arigato was phenomenal. Oh, we're really transitioning to... Oh, we're back to the detective shit. Metropolitan Police Department, Consolidated Headquarters, Shibuya Station, something precinct. Think that the 3 investigative divisions would actually be merged into one. Oh my god, they really are. Staring at the detectives gathered in the Shibuya Police Department's conference room, Bon Yasuji thought that to himself. The Inokashira Line Shibuya Station Police Bathroom Public Bathroom Homicide Case, or as the media called it to amuse themselves, the Vamp Buyer Case, had caused an increasingly serious drop in manpower. When 3 brutal murders occurred within the same jurisdiction within the same period of time, the possibility of a single perpetrator became more and more evident. A suggestion had been raised that the Cornelius Tower mass suicide case be handled by the Juvenile Division, since the media had been treating it as a part of New Gen. There was the possibility that if the police treated the case differently, they would be subjected to criticism. Therefore, it was only natural the Central Office had chosen the only remaining option, to merge the several investigation headquarters. With this integration now in place, the group was reviewing the series of New Gen cases one by one. The projection screen at the front of the conference room displayed a series of photographs of the crime scenes, one after another. Sue had been chosen to hold the presentation. He had stayed up all last night, going over the documents endlessly. Good work, Bon muttered internally, chin resting in his hands. The group dive.
コーネリアスタワー集団投身自殺事件の発生は9月7日っす。です。
Okay. Went down. Took place on. Okay. September 7th. I'm gonna look at the...
ニュージェネとマスコミが故障している4つの事件の中では一番最初に発生してます。
Mm-hmm. And the one that also, of the 4, is the least likely to actually be involved, even though it very well probably is, but...
午後11時半頃、渋谷コーネリアスタワー屋上のヘリポートから男女5人が転落。全員死亡しました。5人は全員未成年の高校生。男が3人、女が2人。ただし 5人のうち男女1人ずつだけが同じ学校なだけで、それ以外の3人はいずれも別の学校でした。
That's interesting.
5人それぞれの爪の間にわずかな肉片が残っており、手のひらに引っかき傷があったことが司法解剖で判明しました。
I think I remember hearing about that at some
そこ
point.
から5人は互いに手をつないだ状態で転落したと推測されます。
Yeah.
屋上には遺書らしきものはなし。被害者5人は学校帰りに待ち合わせてコーネリアスタワーへ向かったようです。なお、事件性があることを示す根拠としては、コーネリアスタワー屋上が関係者以外立ち入り禁止であったことが挙げられます。
Mm-hmm. How'd they get up there? Yeah.
屋上への扉は施錠されており、その扉のドア
Yeah,
に
it was.
被害者5人の指紋は付着してませんでした。
It was a really unique take on a locked room mystery. Because it wasn't even a room, like it was outside, but because it was like a roof of a really tall building, it essentially acted as a locked room, one way in, one way out, unless there was like actually a helicopter. None of the victim's fingerprints were found on the door or not. I mean, all of that does track with a helicopter, because it is literally a helipad.
また、5人の遺品からも扉の鍵は見つかっていません。 このことから、被害者以外の第三者が事件前後にその現場にいた可能性があります。
Yeah.
その第三者が扉の鍵を持っており、事件前あるいは事件後に鍵を閉めて立ち去ったという線で捜査を続けてます。
Yeah.
コーネリアスタワーのホテル従業員全員への聞き取り調査は終了。ほぼ全員にアリバイがありました。今はタワーに入っている企業の社員に話を聞いているところです。
Sure.
被害者たち5人には今のところ自殺する理由は見つかっていません。家族、友人、学校の教師など5人中4人の関係者が口を揃えて自殺する理由などないと断言しています。
Oh, there was one that they could like see it? Slideshow swapped to a picture of the second case, the Shibuya Station undergrad and fetus homicide case. Good fucking lord, that's disturbing.
続いて通称妊娠男事件についてですが、事件発生は9月19日、通称集団ダイブ事件から12日後。第一発見者は現場近くのカラオケ店店員。遺体発見は午前5時前後。
Talk about traumatizing if you ran into that.
被害者は渋谷区在住の大学3年生、近衛千鶴21歳。
Yep, name has no meaning to us. What
発
was
見
the
された時
date?
にはすでに死亡してました。
I missed the date that this happened on. September 7th was the first one.
死亡推定時刻は遺体発見の約4時間前、19日の午前1時頃です。
So a little under 2 weeks later, 12 days to be precise.
遺体は腹部が不自然に大きく膨れ上がっており、中から胎児が発見されました。
Yeah, at the time they couldn't figure out anything about the fetus and what that was
司法
about.
解剖の結果、被害者は生きたまま腹部を何者かに切開され、胃の中に胎児を入れられたようです。
Christ.
胎児はすでにその時点で亡くなっていたと思われます。
Good lord.
被害者が死亡したのは腹部を縫合された後、縫合した部分をかきむしったり、縫合糸を一部引きちぎった形跡が見られました。
Wild.
胎児は妊娠8ヶ月ぐらいの状態で、母親の体から帝王切開で取り上げられたと考えられます。
What the fuck? Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, I think that was also in the research online that they believed that it was removed via C-section.
胎児の母親については今のところ見つかってません。その生死についても不明です。
Yep.
DNA 鑑定の結果、胎児と被害者には血縁関係はありませんでした。
Sure.
ちなみに胎児の血液型は B 型、被害者の血液型は A 型です。
Now there's a mention of type B blood, but also type A for that matter. Keep wondering about the blood types come up a few times. I'm curious if any of that's important. Suwa took a breath. He seemed exhausted from all the talking. Furthermore, he must have been awfully nervous giving a presentation in front of so many senior detectives.
次に第3の事件、丸山町貼り付け殺人事件です。
crucifixion. After a short delay, the next slide displayed a photo of the crime scene.
これが現場写真です。
That is not... I swear there were way more than that. Unless they took most of them out, but it doesn't look like... Huh. I swear there were way more than that. Interesting.
事件発生は9月29日。被害者は太田久志、56歳、都東大学教授。
So yeah, I mean, within a similar period, 12 days, then 10 days, so a little under 2 weeks.
第一発見者は現場のすぐ近くのアパートに住む男性。被害者の死因は絞殺でした。殺害された後で10本程度の釘を使って貼り付けにされていました。
It was only 10? Really? That's not what it... Not how I remember it. I mean, we
見
were
ての通
further
り、
away.
遺体には
God
外傷
damn.
はほとんどありません。 釘についても貼り付けは一部肉体を貫通しているものもありましたが、基本的には衣服を通して貼り付けられている状態です。
Interesting. There was also tons of blood. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, because yeah, there's basically like almost no blood from this because of the method. Yeah, that's not what we saw. What in the world?
マスコミでは貼り付け、血の惨劇などと謳われてますが、出血は全くなし。
That's not what we saw.
釘はドイツのクロイツナーゲル社が販売している特徴的な長い十字架のような杭です。
Huh.
犯人が十字架型をあえて選んだということから、宗教的な側面からも捜査を進めてます。
Sure, of course.
事件の起きた21時から21時半の間に、現場周辺で壁に杭を打ち付ける音が数十分続いていたという証言が複数得られました。
Yep.
被害者の死亡推定時刻がほぼそれと同じ時間であることから、おそらく被害者は現場かそのすぐ近くで殺害されたと思われます。
Interesting.
また信憑性は怪しいですが、事件現場で私立水明学園の女生徒を見たという証言も上がってます。 最後に井の頭線渋谷駅トイレ殺人事件。
Bro.
通称ヴァンパイア事件です。
What in the fuck is that? Like, seriously, I know they described it already, but good fucking lord.
事件発生は10月10日。遺体発見は午前5時半頃、駅員が発見しました。
12 days later. Yeah, it's happening. A little under 2 weeks each time.
被害者の身元は今のところ不明。身元を示すような遺留品は一切ありませんでした。
That's interesting too.
死亡推定時刻は前日の午前10時から午後6時の間。
Huh, interesting.
遺体の血液はすべて抜かれており、まるでミイラのような状態で放置されていました。
Yeah, that's crazy.
ご存知の通り、この写真が何者かによって撮影され、遺体発見より15分ほど前にインターネットのオークションに出品されており、
That's crazy. Also, I'm curious with this. It is interesting because, yeah, there seems to be nothing really tying these together except for the time. Like, the time frame's pretty consistent with when these murders occur. With this last one, as he listened to Suwa's explanation, Bond gave a light click of the tongue. Seems like death is what's in these days. That's crazy. Oh, thank God. We made it! We did it! Chapter 4 is called D-Sword. That's exciting. What a weird place to start. Apparently a place called Sign City. Oh my God, we did it. We did it. We fucking did it. Holy shit, we did it. Yeah, let's just save. Oh my lord, we did it. I can't believe we did it. Holy shit, we did it. Oh my God, that was chapter 3. We did the whole chapter in one episode. I mean, I gotta see exactly how long the episode was, but I'm assuming, yeah, we're probably going to try to find good stopping points where maybe the first episode of the chapters might creep on the shorter-ish side, and then the second episode of the chapter, we just try and go until we finish the chapter and see how that works out. But like I said, we're still working on it. So we ended up having the really short episode last time, and then here you got a nice, fat, juicy ChäoS Head Noah chapter. Holy shit. I don't even know how to recap this. Like, so much happened, and obviously I talked, about all the things that needed to be talked about as we, got them, and that's, like, the good thing about these type of, like, VN Let's Plays, is I can kind of just, I could just stop at any time and just talk about things I want to talk about when they happen, for as long as I want in that moment, so, sometimes I still talk a lot after the fact, but, these videos don't necessarily need these type of elongated discussions after the fact with the way that everything gets structured. But man, this was incredible. This was such a good freaking chapter. This was my favorite episode of the series so far. I mean, again, it was also far and away the longest episode, but oh my god, there were so many great moments. The Remy reveal and all of the fact that she's just, like, apparently one of our best friends and, like, hangs out with us all the time, that was fucking psychotic. The early reveal that we are in fact Shogun, that was a cool moment. Oh my god, the fucking, Jesus Christ, the fucking, holy shit, the fucking, oh my god, the Shogun moment. I mean, the chapter was literally called Shogun. The Shogun moment near the end of the chapter was god tier. The fucking Nozomi fucking interlude little scene. What the fuck was that? I mean, there's just so many things in this. Just the emotional breakdown from Takumi with Remy at the end of this chapter. Absolutely peak. Like, this had some... I feel like this was the first episode in the game. This was the first chapter in the game where we started to really see... I think the first, like, truly peak moments of this series, which is crazy because we still don't know a damn thing about what's going on at all. Next chapter's called D-Sword, so, like, at least that seems to imply that we're gonna have, like, that we're maybe gonna actually get our D-Sword and maybe find out more about what's going on with all that. I can't wait to potentially dive further into that. That sounds really fun. But, like, this is just amazing. Like, this is so fucking cool. Like, I love this so much, and I'm so in. Like, again, I know I've been saying this the whole time, that, like, I'm really invested, I'm really excited, and nothing has changed. I was super genuine about that before, but this was the first episode where it really felt like shit was fucking insane. Like, I mean, just actually popping the fuck off. And it's crazy how it feels like we really popped off in Chapter 3, despite the fact that we still don't have the slightest clue about anything that's happening in this game. And that's such a weird experience. That's such an interesting combination of factors to go through. But I am so here for it, and I am having so much fun. God, am I having so much fun with this game. Like, I can't stress enough how awesome this is. And, like, I recorded the last episode, which was pretty short, and then I took a short break, and then I recorded this episode, and I had to take make a little cut, I think, somewhere, earlier on during this. But regardless, like, I played this whole game. I've been playing this game for hours on hours, and I'm gonna take a break and, probably chill for a bit, because it's also, 2:30 in the morning. But I am genuinely thinking about playing Chapter 4. Like, which I think tells you, like, how invested I am. I definitely think I've passed the point of no return where I'm going to be playing ChäoS Head Noah almost every night. Like, this is going to be my obsession. Like, I'm going to try and get stuff, do my other recordings to make sure everything's coming out. But I think I'm about to blow through ChäoS Head Noah like an absolute demon. Like the demon that Takumi thought Remy has been assuming Remy was this whole time. And, like, it's just going to be full, like, crack addict shit. Chaos Head's about to become crack for me. Like it's gonna be crazy. And like genuinely, after all of that, after recording this entire episode and the previous short episode, I'm unironically thinking about just going for chapter 4 right now. Like I not even memeing. Like this game is fucking like, this game is so fucking awesome. Like I don't know. This is the visual novel thing though. I love visual novels. Like it really is like my medium. Like I can't, like it's crazy. It's crazy just how much I love this freaking medium. Like, it is my medium. Like, I can't really stress enough how much I love this medium. And this game, I mean, we probably have such a long way to go still, but this game is quickly showing itself to be something that I absolutely adore. And you know, again, I don't know where it might end up at the end, but there are so many elements of this, from Takumi's character arc to the just crazy out there story that this game's trying to tell, to the thematic stuff that's very fucking out there as well. You know, you get a lot of like, you know, deep thematic stuff that would, you know, that reminds me of some of my favorite works of all time. And like everything going on in this fucking game is awesome, and it's what I want. If I were God and my delusions could become reality, what delusions would I wish for? A sensual world, a despotic society, destructive sanctions, or Chaos Head Noah, baby. Oh my god, Project Noah, I swear to fuck. That is some Noah's Ark reference bullshit. I hate this fucking everything, man. There were so many what the fuck moments in this episode that, like, I don't even know what to say. Like, this game's awesome. This game is just so... I love visual novels! And I am really loving Chaos Head, man. I'm really loving Chaos Head. I can't wait to keep pushing this, whether I am, like, in 2 hours from now, I'm booting this game up again. I'm gonna, at the very least, I can assure you, I am gonna be getting out of the game and turning it off. But I might be booting it up again in like a couple hours at like 5 in the morning, or maybe not. Hopefully, honestly, hopefully not, because you know, this is fucking insane. But I'm having a blast, and this game I think is definitely. I think this episode pushed me through a threshold of like I am completely addicted now. Like it is, this has become my drug now. Like I'm gonna be playing this. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing this every single day, but I guarantee you I'm playing this multiple times a week now. Like there's no way I can't. And this is what games do to me. This is what fucking goated visual novels do to me, man. Oh man. Anyways, that was awesome. So I'm gonna head out, I guess. I like I said so much about the individual moments and all the crazy stuff throughout the episode. I don't really think I have a lot to sum up here. I think I just need to take off my headphones and lay down for a second and maybe pass out, or maybe lie there awake until I play more Chaos Head. But either way, I need to take a break. I need to relax, and I don't even want to talk anymore about all the goatedness that just happened. But it was absolutely goated. So anyways, I think that's gonna do it for episode, I believe this is episode 5. I don't even know anymore. Episode 5. Yeah, it's definitely episode 5 of Chaos Head Noah. So yeah, I don't know how freaking long this is. I'm about to find out. I'm about to be able to check once I end the video. But anyways, without any further ado, it's time for me to bid you adieu. The Flamin' Shark signing out. Hope you have a wonderful, fantastical day. See you next time with another video. Thanks for watching. Peace.